Hi.
if you actually want to stop talking about kineticists...
Yes, we can now start.
I mean, you don't have to. You can talk about kineticists all night if you'd rather, but...
Tinderbat.
Is Tinder.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hooray!
I was mostly not drawing attention to the fact that you're usually like about 10, 20 minutes late because
He hasn't actually been late for a while.
Yeah, it's usually on Thursdays, because the boyfriend tends to work until, like, late, so we don't get dinner until around now.
Yeah, it's understandable.
So. Team PC,
Mhm.
you have had chance to essentially wind down, but some of you have done less of that than others.
Yes, winding down.
I'm happy to say I believe no one had a dagger thrown at them,
It was close.
Sarah prepared.
but no dice.
There was
Okay.
one reason why Torruun did not attempt Jortess.
But Team PC, you can kind of all convene with each other in probably to get breakfast. In all honesty. Oh,
Sure,
yeah,
if
That
you
sounds about right.
Yeah,
I
well,
have a feeling Jortess is not even sleeping that much right now.
No, he'll be up, like, basically as soon as everyone else is.
Sure.
That's a surprise.
Team breakfast.
Are the
Yeah,
gods?
Torruun.
Sideline will
However,
literally look at Jortess and say, "Are the gods dead? Is this really what's going on right now?"
yeah.
Be such a
However,
drag.
Torruun will be interesting coming to breakfast.
Oh god, not sitting right by you.
Everyone will kind of see Torruun walking in without like most of his stuff. He doesn't have his coat or his armor or anything, and you just see Torruun has like bandages up his hands and arms and kind of partially around his neck and on his chest. With just like a little spot of blood here, tiny spot of blood there. Torruun is just kind of like rubbing his face, going, morning, night, whenever the hell.
Yes.
It is
Should be
morning,
around morning.
and have you taken up masochism?
Sideline? That's a bit of an invasive question.
An appropriate one. I was kind of stabbing myself with things.
Interesting. Okay. Want some toast?
I'm an alchemist. I was altering my flesh to make myself more resilient.
Anyways, toast.
Hey,
That sounds lovely.
Can anyone guess the weather right now?
Yes.
It is bright and sunny, and I'm thinking about going to the beach.
Eh.
Damn.
We're like
Freezing.
death hurricane.
freezing winds,
Combine your two answers. There you go.
blizzard, whiteout, basically at this point.
Yeah, a whiteout Arctic winds.
At least it's not a blowout.
lovely.
If any of you have played
Hey.
Stalk.
Hey. I'm really glad my clan doesn't mess with winter wolves or anything.
That's mostly because they're not in a forest.
It's hard enough. It's hard enough to get out of the mountains as it is.
The single remaining servant is still doing her job and like serving you food.
Thank you.
Yeah, which
Thank you.
Torruun will act like really out of all the times you're still. I appreciate your work ethic.
Sometimes
She-
people cling to what they know when things are going bad.
She gives
It is a coping mechanism.
she'll give a nervous smile and thank you for the compliment and ask if you would like some tea.
Yeah, you know what? Here, just have it. Torruun like reaches into his pocket, just counts a couple of coins, just says, "You know what? Just take this." Just
You know, actually,
hands her a couple of silver pieces worth of stuff.
You know, actually, speaking of money, we never actually checked the gambling tables or anything, did we?
Nope.
No.
Well then.
I mean, you had bigger things in your mind than gambling.
Yep.
Aye, true.
Would anyone like to play a game of poker?
No, thank you. I'm terrible.
I do have most of a pack of cards.
Most.
Gambling was
there,
never
are a
my
couple,
thing.
there are a couple of people here I don't trust to not cheat.
I take offense to that.
Smells.
Well, technically counting cards isn't cheating, but I was
Okay.
referring to someone else.
I'm
You're
just-
right, the dwarf. I wouldn't trust him either. C said sarcastic.
Aye, sure. It's all about me stony visage, isn't it?
No, you
Yeah,
have a
I
height
can't-
advantage.
Actually,
Oh yeah.
to myself and Jortess.
Yes, we know. We're just joking.
Either way.
I didn't
So-
think you'd guess that I was referring to myself. I must be.
We could probably
Looks
blow
like
up
you
the
need
table
more
or
toast.
something with a bad hand.
Yes, head here, and the butter.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Hello?
what kind of plans have you all come up with then?
The Torruun kind of like stretches out a bit, looks at his arms, and goes, "Well, this was my plan."
I can live with that.
Aye, but I don't think the town can. Nor most
Um,
people else around here.
I also don't see a definition of victory along with that.
The removal of the besieging of the town.
In my personal book, that would only be a technical victory.
Aye. Depends on the aftermath.
Oh well, if we're counting, Mira, what's the tech? When we add that, what's the check now?
0. No, let's hope not.
I'm sure I've beaten better.
Well, let's be honest, it's probability. Not guaranteed chance.
No, that's true. Yeah, there we go.
Drops by 45%.
That's still
That-
basically 50.
That's a 44.4476% chance approximately.
Well,
Okay,
you also
okay.
have to include the uncertainty of the plus or minus 12%.
Which, let's be honest here, we're going to say that's possibly working again. I still take those odds.
I can live with that.
I'm not much of a gambling man, but
Neither am I.
I know how to hedge my bets.
So
Well-
then. Yeah.
This will, of course, all matter on what we do.
All of you can also
Hey.
hear in the all of you can hear in the distance from upstairs in the old council chamber. This just very, very faint but constant bickering.
Who could that be?
Hey, let's go see how they're coming along with.
Yeah,
With their
Torruun
plans.
just like takes his tray of like just tea and food and stuff, and just starts walking down with it.
Sideline has like 7 slices of toast piled up in one hand and is chewing on one in the other.
Wait, do
This
you
sounds
have
like
to eat?
this sounds like a dexterity check.
It's a good thing he has lots of dexterity.
A whole shit ton! Lots of dexterity!
Success!
Dude, he's just juggling pieces of toast with one hand.
Why do you need that much toast anyway?
Doesn't matter what I
Man
eat. I
likes
require
toast.
biological material. I require biological material to keep my internal reactor running.
Okay.
Aye, but
that's
why
strange.
that much toast? You don't
I
need
like
that much to
toast.
survive in the day.
Man
I
likes
happen
toast.
to enjoy toast.
Well, you can stick with your toast. I'm gonna have some nice dried sausage.
Sideline picks up one of the slices of toast, butter sides up, and sticks it to the dwarf's head.
If you can. That is, yeah, if you can.
It sounds like a touch check.
Melee touch attack.
Good luck with that.
I think it'd be better with actually throwing it, slightly tossing it into the dwarf's head.
Nope.
Do you have a touch AC? Of
Nope, he
greater
just-
or equal to- Oh. your
I have
AC is
18
17.
touch AC.
Oh,
18
right. Yeah. God,
He's a monk.
Monk. Hey, I'm also a lot more
Hey.
agile than most others of my clan.
You ruined
And
my
now your toast is dirty because you dropped it.
You ruined my toast. Okay.
I don't
Well,
think it
you're
would have been
gonna
that tasty with monk head sweat on it anyway.
I was gonna eat it
Yeah, I was
with a
gonna
touch
say, you were throwing it onto the dwarf's head. Would you really have eaten it afterward?
That's debatable. It's toast.
Okay, come on, all of you. Let's go see how
Hey.
Bicker, Batter, and Bulb are doing.
I'm already on my way. And I've got
Yeah, Thorok is as well.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm talking
just
Sideline was
sort
doing
of
this while walking.
along the way.
Let's take something for them to eat, 'cause chances are we're just bickering rather than eating.
Yeah,
Hey,
I've
good
already
idea.
got a tray of food and tea here. If you want to grab another one, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
I got
We'll
toast.
probably be there for a while. I'll take a tray.
Yeah, I might as well just grab a tray of more dwarfy foods.
Which nobody will touch but Thorok.
Hey, that dragon's loud.
So
You're loud.
it is morning. Torruun just kind of remarks.
Aye.
I don't know. You stop seeing the sun when you're naturally nocturnal. You start questioning whether or not it's day or night.
Never bothered with the sun anyway. Most of before I went to the monastery.
Okay, what
Oh.
the fuck is going on?
That is very echoey.
I think that was ice shattering.
This entire
Or a
place.
window.
This entire place is pretty echoey with no one here and like
Yeah.
there's nothing really going on.
Sideline,
That was.
Sideline, take the tray. I'll go check on it.
Alright. Sideline
It was
takes
probably
the tray.
the ice cracking under the heat of the house.
Sideline takes the tray and his pile of toast in his other hand,
I
and
have
he
a-
puts the currently eating toast in his mouth.
I'll have a quick look around the house. Worst case, it's probably a window, but I can fix that.
The direction you heard it was the sound of the council room.
Oh, okay. Well then, let's hurry there.
Aye.
Kill
there
each
you
other.
go.
Essentially, the scene you'll walk in on is essentially, from what you're able to kind of all piece together, is essentially they all get into a heated debate. Well, Brennan, Siesta, and Licton. Brennan just sitting there.
And let me guess, Licton just flipped the table.
Essentially, yes, flipping the table with calling their plans naive and insane, and essentially with his metal goblet smashing down on the glass he had to get their attention.
Hello, you three. We brought some breakfast. Are you four?
Want some
rather?
toast?
Morning.
Siesta turns with a bright smile at the idea of toast.
Toast. Sideline, hold it out for her.
Her bird flies over, steals the toast, flies back.
Yeah, Torruun just kind of grabs a chair, sits next to Siesta, and sets down his tray of like various little bits and pieces and tea.
Thorok moves to right the table.
The table's fine. As said, he just smashed the glass on the table, not the table itself.
Sarah will deal with the glass, because she took mending this level.
Sure, you can spend 10 minutes to fix the glass.
She'll just like sweep it into a bag and be like, I'll fix that later.
Sure.
Hey.
From what you've been able to tell, this argument has been going on for several hours already.
How long have you all been
Mhm.
up?
They've been up
They
for a
all-
while. I keep hearing these noises. I have heard all these noises all basically night.
Aye.
Well, I
same.
did kind of provide them with resources to aid in rapid and restful sleep.
That doesn't work being up all night.
Well, some of them got more sleep than others. A certain person, as Torruun knows, may be guilty of not really sleeping at all, that much.
That Rylan.
No, Renan.
Brennan pretty much gets. Brennan is a workaholic.
Dear Brennan.
Which sometimes a workaholic's a good thing, but
At times, but
I mean, when
rest is
the,
pretty good whenever you...
when the town is in certain danger, it's not the worst thing to be.
Oh, but you still need good rest in order to think clearly.
Anyway, also you can sit down at a table. Suddenly table.
Yes.
There is exactly 5 slots, oddly enough, on the board. Funny that. But once you manage to calm the bickering, you can get, if you would like, each of them could try and explain their ideas.
Go for it.
Yes, let's hear what all this insane activity is.
Well, whose plan do you want to hear first?
Siesta. Oh, we're actually on the map. God, there's ahead of the table.
Any of them.
Well, it looks like Sideline sitting across from the dwarf.
That's fine, as long as we're across from each other.
As long as we're not sitting next to each other.
Exactly.
Totally swap places with Sarah.
No.
Probably they'll be kicking each other across under the table.
No, Sideline.
I
No,
wouldn't be.
he's not actively violent towards the dwarf. The dwarf hasn't done anything wrong.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's just a stinky dwarf.
And
Yeah.
Thorok does kind of sit cross-legged in most chairs. His legs aren't exactly long enough.
Aw, poor dwarf.
Okay, we can go with Siesta's plan first.
Yeah.
Siesta has had the So, listening to these two bicker about exact paths of the best path to approach, how to avoid damaging the town, all to get to one wolf. Well, her plan essentially boils down to a case of why go after that one wolf? Why go charging through a pack of wolves to get to one wolf when that one wolf can come to us? Simple idea. How does she plan? How does she plan to do this is the real question, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, using the same magic she was planning to use to protect all of you from the wind, to make it easier for you to traverse, she's instead essentially planning to set up something else using that magic. For she knows a large amount of wolfsbane is in the area.
Or just cringes a little bit.
She does not know Torruun's secrets. This is great. Essentially, her idea is a few steps. But essentially, is to create a giant lore and then many deterrents of wolfsbane fires, protected by her magic, so they don't go out in the current storm. The idea to disorientate most of the pack so it has trouble keeping up, while the big one should be strong enough and attract enough to the lore that she's planning to put out that, in theory, it should come straight to you. In theory.
Along with this plan, I should
As a basic summary.
probably mention. Along with this plan, I should probably mention me and the Primal Wolf have met once before. He does know who I am.
Okay.
I don't see that changing anything of the plan.
Yeah.
None of them see it changing any of their plans. Doesn't change the fact you're getting. We're getting them to you.
Yeah, we just.
In theory, if everything goes without a hitch, all the fires burn properly, nothing interferes with them too much. The plan should go just fine. The wolves are disorientated, and all's good. Brennan is now going to immediately bring up the fact that if the fires don't work properly, you might have, instead of having a bunch of weakened and disorientated winter wolves, you might have feral winter wolves running around the town.
Aye, that's possible.
And Licton points out that unless you're very, very careful on how you do this, it's possible the primal wolf will charge through the town.
Aye, another thing. Which means we'll probably need someone to help guide him.
All the NPCs kind of look to each other, look to Rylan. They kind of all look to each other with a not it. So essentially bring up the fact that primal wolf, like, okay, Licton is the strongest out of the NPCs there. A normal winter wolf, okay, he could take one on maybe by himself, okay? Not two, and so not the primal wolf. The primal wolf is magnitude stronger.
Yeah. This thing is an entire size category larger than your standard winter wolf.
Aye, no doubt.
We're talking from large to huge.
It's not something. It's not. You could using yourself as bait. They're basically all things. They think that would be suicide.
I can almost
Yes.
guarantee it would be suicide if anyone but me and Rylan tried to
Because it's
attempt to talk to the primal.
Rylan's going to put a small comment in of it's probably suicide for you as well.
I give him a little more credit than that.
You want to try that?
Sure, I'm game.
But that's his plan down in a nutshell. As you said, as Matt said, Renan thinks of it as a imaginative plan, and Nixon as a insane plan.
Question. I'm sure this question has already been answered, but would the Wolfsbane have survived the recent weather?
Not all of it, but there should be enough.
Okay.
Assuming everyone keeps out a good eye and everyone goes to the correct locations to check
And
it.
really, Torruun kind of corrects, and really it's not so much the foliage of the plant that we need so much as the root.
Yeah, but we won't be able to find fruit without the foliage, will we?
In this will still be very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Aye.
I know where most of the Wolfsbane patches around here are. Fairly
And of course-
common ingredient.
And of course, something to remember is any plan yourself only has a limited window to do so, because you have to do it between the time of the dragon leaving and the wolf showing up.
Yeah.
Aye,
Yeah.
which, well, I could probably make it between the patches quick enough. I do not know where the patches are.
Definitively, it will have to be everyone working together to do this. Everyone will need to be fanning out.
Yeah.
Aye.
So that's Siesta's option. It should avoid all conflict with the Winter Wolves, if it's done right. And nothing should get killed.
Hopefully.
Alright,
Aye.
but do we have a backup plan in case the wolves decide to take a walk through the town?
Well, there's nothing they can do with the wolves just to go into the town. There's no easy way to stop them from doing that.
Not stop them. Do we have a plan for if they do? How to minimize damage at the very least?
No.
Well,
They haven't find
I can-
something.
I can say that whenever I went to the town, every house that may or may not have had a person in it, everything was boarded up fully. Like, it would be very difficult for them to get through in any timely manner. Especially like in the pubs and stuff. They have defenses set up and people armed with crossbows at all the windows. And basically, they're miniature fortresses. If I'm going to be honest at this point.
If you think peasants with crossbows could stop these wolves, we wouldn't be having this meeting.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why.
There's no
Lichen
doubt about that, but we have.
This is one of the reasons.
What
Lichen
I'm
calls
saying
it-
is that they're not defenseless.
This is one of the reasons Lixon calls the plan insane, which is if it goes wrong, it's not going to go slightly wrong; it will go catastrophically wrong.
Hey,
I still like the idea.
But that's Siesta's general plan, which also, of course, Torruun. I'm going to tell you, if conflict did start and you went on that plan, you are totally taking penalties in combat with that much Wolfsbane burning.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, that is Siesta's plan. The special optional plan due to someone's relationship towards Siesta.
I'm good. All right, then. What about you, Licton, and you, Renan?
Who do you want,
What are
who do you
your
want to hear
plans?
first?
Renan.
Okay. Brennan's plan is simple enough. It's going to have you guys leaving a vanguard unit at the front with Siesta, Brennan, and Licton leading a back defending squad just in case to escort Ryan up, and then he's going to like pull over the map and show the route he's taking. He's taking a very long route. It's quite the long and winding route over the mountainous forest path, avoiding pretty much all contact with the town. The only major it does have some distinct disadvantages that will be pointed out though. Of one, you will be spotted at a very long distance by any wolves. Multiple choke points which you're going to have to move through, meaning that if they want a chance to ambush, and they are smart enough to do that, they probably will try it. But it does avoid all contact. It does avoid all areas where they can imagine anyone is currently hiding.
Aye.
Minimizing, if not eliminating, civilian casualties.
If we had someone who
Certainly
could,
a good idea. But
Yeah. So while
the
Licton
problem
says,
is the amount
well,
of risk we put to ourselves.
yes, it puts huge
Aye.
risk on the group, which Licton points out. Siesta also points out the fact that it's still a better plan than just charging clean through the town.
aye, well, most
Well,
things are.
Possibly. But, we have to also remember that, okay, so let's say we try to save everybody in the town and get ourselves killed as a result. We'll have saved no one.
Licton will bring this up as one of the naive points.
Aye, especially due to the fact that, as far as I know, none of us have dedicated healing magic. If we get injured out there, we're going to be injured.
I have healing potions. I have about 6 of them, and I can take care of my own healing for a
Siesta.
fairly significant portion.
Siesta also has some healing to give to everyone.
Aye, but the problem is, once we're out in the field, I don't think you're going to be out there with us, Siesta.
No, she's coming along as the back group to watch your rear. You are the vanguard leading the front. They will be leading the rear.
Still, it stands that if we take too much damage, we won't be able to make it through. This is a very much a
Licton, what's your
punch our way
plan?
through.
What was that?
Well, Licton, what's your plan?
Licton's plan follows a basic similar formation of you guys taking a vanguard and then taking a rear guard, but his route is a lot safer, he feels. His actually does brunt straight through the middle of the town, which by all their counts should be suicidal, but he has a plan to rectify that. So instead of getting swarmed on all sides by the winter wolves basically charging and noticing us moving through, instead, slipping through these very dense areas, which you're going to point out. Meanwhile, distracting away all of the eastern ones by setting up a large fire on the side of town. If we not igniting these buildings should draw away any of the winter wolves from their flank. Which due to how short the path will be, then it should buy them more than enough time that they won't catch. So,
Aye, but then
it's not Reddam will kind of point out it's not guaranteed that all those buildings are evacuated.
Also,
And
there's the issue that fire can spread to the entire town.
That Licton will point out. He
Well,
specifically
in this weather, I don't think the fires will spread to the.
And Licton was specifically also mentioned the buildings he's chose are specifically buildings which were chosen not to burn down the entire town. It'll be a controlled fire.
Hopefully.
But
it's
still
I'm not hearing a guarantee of evacuation. However, at this
Yeah.
point,
Licton can't guarantee there will be no civilian casualties because there is no way you're going to pull that off quick enough.
There's one way we could improve Licton's plan. Make a combination of Siesta and Licton's.
Explain.
Okay. Siesta has a
essentially we
way.
traverse through these dense areas and also set fires here on our side of town. making them not want to particularly invade our paths and routes.
Meanwhile, in the town, we can take advantage of the fact that the peasants have crossbows in like their kind of safe areas. That's at least a bit more safer. And if we get the big wolf to come first, then problem solved. But if the little ones come first, or quotation marks, little ones, we'll have at least a bit more of a defense.
What are you trying to? What are you trying to say here? Because you broke up partially. I'm not understanding what you're trying to do there.
I think one way you could improve upon Licton and Siesta's plan is combine them together. As in have Siesta do her attractive thingy in the town, where we'll have like the defense of the peasants with their crossbows and other crap. And like Torruun was saying, light the fires with the wolves' bane to keep them away from a certain flank instead of just setting a place on fire.
The problem Siesta sees is essentially the problem with trying to combine them. Siesta sees is the fact that you don't want to attract the Winterwolf into the middle of the town. That would be devastating for the town.
Potentially.
And using a mere fire is not going to keep off all the rest of them because the law will also bring the other Winterwolves close, which is why she needed the Wolves Bane. Stop them from getting close.
You don't
want the entire pack falling on one location.
Well, that's what Sarah said. She said to burn the Wolves Bane.
And the town.
Not
and the town.
Instead of setting the town on fire, use the wolves' bane.
Well, that's literally Siesta's plan. That's not combining them at all. That's using her law and the wolves' bane. That's her plan.
It's because there'd be no distraction then. Essentially, you're just going out. You're just burning wolves' bane. Laurie.
Renan, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to vote for your plan on the basis that our group has to survive, and we can't take that much risk onto ourselves for civilians. We have to look at it in the light of we are the ones who are going to save the entirety of the town, and if we die, we can't do that.
Essentially, he's going to try fighting back with it. Kind of an argument though that both of their plans puts the civilians at a lot of risk.
Right, and what's better, saving half the population or saving none of it?
Yes.
There's a lot that can go wrong with you.
Trust me, I would love to be able to get away with not having anyone die. But I just don't see that happening.
No, I think we can do that. Sideline sort of chimes in. Winter wolves have a vulnerability to fire. You have a shit ton of alchemist fire. We can easily
I do not have a shit ton of alchemist fire, Sideline.
I have enough fire to make my day. And while it may be hyper dangerous, we probably can do that. We could probably succeed at dealing with that. With the amount of defenses that we've gotten from the people around town, like the protection from energy, ice stuff, as well as the protection from the weather, and there's one more thing we got, wasn't there? But I don't remember. No. But I think we can actually get through and do it. The only thing that worries me is the ambush. And ambushes can be avoided.
The problem is, if we can't survive, then the town is forfeit.
Which is the same no matter which plan we do.
Exactly.
Aye, but the other plans allow us to. Aye, the other plans minimize that risk. Specifically, like Licton's plan. Licton's plan will. While I do not like burning down the buildings. We need to think about what's going to keep the most people alive if possible. Siesta's plan is... I would say that she probably has the best chance to keep as many people alive as possible. And...
I have to say, I like Siesta's plan on the principle of it's crazy enough to work.
So you're saying we should go with a plan that if we do fail, we are all going to die, and the town's all going to die, compared to the one where...
If we fail any of these plans...
Well...
No. If we die, the rest of the town dies.
Well...
Effectively. We are the best... We are the town's best chance at this point.
Siesta will pipe in a slightly peppy, if Siesta's plan goes horribly wrong, technically, well, you know, actually, chances are all of us will be okay.
That's true.
The town, not so much. The town will be absolutely screwed if her plan screws up.
Which, basically, what we're saying is, if any of these plans go wrong, the town is doomed.
Yes.
Yeah. No matter what happens, if we fail, it's a failure. There's no.
So right now we need
There's
to.
no levels of failure with this. It's either
not at all.
or nothing with any of these plans.
Exactly. So
If-
it's best for us to pick the plan that success minimizes the least damage.
Looking over I presume there's a map of the town that they've been showing us these things on.
Yeah. There is.
It's not about choosing that demise.
Okay. If we were going to go for Licton's plan, could we alter it in the sense of instead of setting fire to people's houses, I don't know, set fire to empty barns or something else?
That's already what we were doing.
Yeah,
It's already empty.
He's choosing location which he thinks will have the highest chance of currently being empty, which will still work for his plan.
Right, I was hoping to alter it to.
He's not. You know, they spent hours going over this trying to work out exactly.
He's not a sociopath like you, Jortess.
Yeah, he's not.
Okay,
explicitly trying-
first off, that was out of character. I wasn't. Jortess wasn't literally saying that.
Yeah.
Secondly, Jortess isn't a sociopath. He was trying to see if there was a way to make his plan work, perhaps not as well as he would like, but with less risk to the civilians.
Yeah.
No, Torruun just blatantly does. Yes, that's why I was saying that.
But yeah, they you know, Licton you know, he claims he's tried his best to minimize the chance that the civilians are around, but he can't guarantee it. There's no way you can account for every single building and every single person that might be hiding.
I'm also gonna add in that while that's a good plan, and I would normally agree with it under every circumstance, but this one's special. This house is already under high amounts of pressure, and if we start burning down the town to go actually save it, that's not going to help the civilians trusting us.
That is an unfortunate truth, but
It is a true ramification that setting up a large wall of fire in the town to keep the winter wolves away, while effective, may not do the best for your opinion scores.
Exactly. And we need to keep that in mind. If we're going to be repairing this town, and currently, since we have no ruler here and we need to go do that, we're going to need people to be able to hold together while we're gone, fixing that.
Siesta, what did you have in mind for this law of yours for your plan?
Well, she has a few things prepared. A little bit of a bit of spellcraft, as well as there is the manor has a distinctly large amount of food in its personal granary, which could have its scent amplified significantly.
Could we use that to the advantage of doing something with that to weaken it further, or to make it more likely to go for that rather than the rest of the town? Or
the issue is essentially the law is going to be here at the manor, and it's going to come to the manor.
Right.
You can't. Even if you tried poisoning it, it doesn't matter. It's going to go through the town before it gets to it.
Right, I get ya.
The law is to get it to actually come here instead of staying in where it's currently hiding.
On the other
This
hand,
crisis happened.
there is a distinct possibility that the townsfolk see this and put even more blame on them targeting the nobles here. However, on the final hand, I still like this idea on the principle of it, for one, minimalizes damages to the town where reasonable, and it also minimalizes risk on us.
Yes, again, that's good and all, but then you're using the city's food stores as a bait thing, and we're in the dead of winter. And since this happened, I doubt people have the same food stores that they would have normally.
That's not dead of winter, it's autumn.
It's
makes
gonna
it
be
worse.
worse.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
That's going to make it even
And
worse.
with
That means
this-
there's much longer time for people to go without
Yeah,
a proper
with-
source of food.
With the magical winter as well, it's... Then again, these people are very hardy. They have survived worse in the past.
Worse than this? I doubt that.
And
Aye, they have,
they-
because they were besieged by a dragon a century
They-
ago.
they have survived worse, but surviving worse is, I mean,
It's
both
not going to be
Licton-
pleasant, no.
both Licton and Siesta's plans are going to, are going to be pointed out by Ren most notably that it's going to tank what the town thinks of you in the end, either in the long term or in the short term.
Exactly. This is
Because
why I
when-
like Redden's plan, personally. I
when
can deal
Star-
with winter wolves.
Because Ren will point out, when starvation hits, half the town will die and the other half will try to kill you.
Could we perhaps combine Renan and Siesta's plan, but maybe make a smaller lure to lure some of the normal wolves and winter wolves away from the pack while we go in and deal with the primal?
The danger is that you'll start following a path, and then the primal will go towards the lore instead.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking of maybe a smaller one that would be less tempting for a bigger wolf, rather than the smaller ones.
There's something that we have to remember here. These wolves are intelligent, aren't they?
They are intelligent, yes.
Is a leader of a pack of intelligent winter wolves going to be drawn away by something as simple as food? Whenever, from
And-
the look of it, they have been very, very calculating in what they've been doing. They haven't come into the town. They've just kept people from leaving.
And also, the ability to awake a chromatic dragon such as this one is no feat to be laughed at.
Yes,
They're very controlled.
Siesta will point out that she has taken this into account, which through a combination of alchemy and a certain amount of magic, she is pretty sure it's going to work. The lore, there is only one place you can reasonably see the lore location working, which is right next to the shrine of, right next to the shrine to the Winter Fox.
Hey, so the totem.
Using its power to spread, to spread it further.
Also, there's another thing. What if the lure draws the dragon?
I mean, it's probably not going to draw the dragon. She's pretty sure it won't draw the dragon.
You said probably. I can't deal with the dragon. Wolves, any day of the week.
As far as she's
Dragon?
aware, it won't. I mean, she's using specific alchemical things that are really sensitive to wolf's nose. It shouldn't be sensitive to a dragon's nose.
I'm still on board with Brennan's plan.
And a winter dragon would be very unlikely to land near burning fires.
Be that as it may.
I mean, it's possible. It's also possible the dragon lands on us right now. She points out.
Yep. At any point where the dragon lands, it's basically game over for us.
Like, there is just a high chance that any of these plans end up having a dragon land on you. So.
Aye. Which, another reason why going so far out of our way, even out of the town like that, while it may protect the town, if we die on the way and we don't succeed in the plan, the town is forfeit anyway.
It is.
Yes, but if we're still going to be doing things,
I'm
need
sorry,
the will
but
people on our hand.
I'm sorry, Sideline, but I have to disagree with you. What is the point of, trying to improve our standing with the town if there isn't a town to save, or if we're not alive to bask in that? So, I have to say I would like to go with Siesta's plan first, or Licton's plan.
Aye, I would agree.
Just because
I would agree with
of
both.
the effectiveness of it.
Aye, I am agreeing with Torruun on this.
Alright, fine.
While
second
Renan's
choice
plan,
is-
if we could succeed it would be wonderful, but I don't think we can, and that's the problem.
If we choose to go with Brennan's plan, then we are going to have to be as much of a spear as a shield. And I'm sorry, but most of you don't look like you could brunt and beating that would be necessary to get through this.
I guess.
Well, personally, I'd like to go for Renan's plan first, then Siesta's.
That is my standing as well.
We have
it
a
might-
choice.
It might be an idea then, possibly, if you're going to do it in that way, it's possibly each of you voting in a case of 1, 2, 3 as in favourite, second favourite. Well, you'd go, yeah. Or 3, 2, or 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1 more specifically, with like 3 being, the highest score and 1 being the lowest score, and then whoever's got the highest score overall.
That's probably going to be what it's going to end up with, because we're not going to come to
Because
a
the NPCs,
unanimous vote.
NPCs won't come up to a unanimous decision.
Yeah.
It's also great because the NPCs also vote in a pattern that basically gives them no points overall. Because Licton thinks that Renan's plan is the highest chance of success. Out of like Siesta and Renan. Siesta thinks Licton's plan is the higher chance of success. Renan thinks she has the highest chance of success, meaning the 1, 2, 3 literally comes out as a balanced score.
Wait, what way are we doing this? Are we doing it where 3's the highest and 1's the
Yeah,
lowest?
3 is the
Yeah,
highest.
3 is the highest.
Ah,
You're
so-
awarding points,
okay.
basically.
You're
Whoever has
assigning
most points.
You're assigning points to the scores, and whoever has the highest score at the end. Yeah, the NPCs, like, they're all voting for each other, and they're all just going to balance out giving each other equal points, so I'm not even going to include them. They're literally dynamic opposites.
Yeah.
If there is a tie, then I'll put it down to what Ryland's preference would be, but...
I was going to ask what his preference was.
Yeah.
You
He has a say
can,
in this too.
you can ask him. I was mostly going to keep him as a, essentially, if the players can't decide, his decision will go. He's not being
Wow.
The
Wow.
Licton plan is violently opposed.
I like how we all have different combinations.
I told you that this would be something that you would not agree on.
I think Siesta wins out, doesn't she?
Well,
By like
count.
1
That's
point.
what it looks like.
Yeah, we've
9.
got 2 3s and a couple of 2s.
Basically,
That's Siesta.
Thorok was the
That's Siesta.
tiebreaker.
That was Siesta's
Yeah.
score. I
All
see
right,
people
up
don't
and
like
down.
Licton that much.
No,
It's not that we don't like him, it's we don't like his plan.
6.
I don't know.
I like Licton's plan.
Wait, he should have a 3 from me.
Was it 3? Oh, it is a 3. I did not notice. Okay,
Yeah,
so it should-
no.
Okay, it should be high. It should be 8.
Yeah,
Sorry, it should be 8.
no.
My screen keeps scrolling.
Again.
It's very hard to count them.
Thorok is taking a very dwarfy way of this. A very practical, very practical, and also the least likely or the most likely to succeed.
Yep,
Practice.
Siestas is currently winning. Unless you want me to add Ryland's vote anyway to the pool.
Come on, democracy. That's the
He-
entire
he
point
does
of this
get a say in
transferable
it.
vote.
Because
I think Siesta's. It's either
And
going to be a tie
really-
between Renan's and Siesta's, or Siesta's going to win, no matter what he votes with.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, with this entire plan does hinge on Ryland, so
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not been that
Really
talkative.
should-
He's not been that talkative
really
or anything.
should
So unless
be
you
his
actually specifically
final
ask his
decision.
unless you explicitly ask his opinion, he's not going to state it. He's
Well,
not-
yeah, I would-
We're
I
going
would
to
Yeah.
use the centerpiece of the plan, so.
In which case, he would.
Which leads us. Actually, nope. Never mind. Never mind. That means
So,
Siesta's plan wins.
Yeah.
Yes, Japan wins by 1 point.
Yep.
And Licton loses by a landslide.
Very Licton. I don't like him, but his plan.
I mean,
Sorry, Licton, the military worked very, very differently back then.
you could definitely see, like, there are, it's a lot of different ideologies here. You have military ideology versus, like, eccentric ideology versus very idealistic ideology. But in which case, you're going for the either imaginative or insane plan.
It is insanely imaginative.
Unless you want to add other adjectives onto it, but that's what the NPCs have.
Oh, but as long as...
Foolhardy and damning for the city.
I doubt that.
Yeah. But at least we'll be facing equal levels of damniness, unlike Licton's plan.
That is true.
I mean, Licton's pointing out, like, it's not going to kill, like, the entire town. Some people might get hurt, but not that many.
That's why I agree with Licton. Licton is very... He makes many good points in that regard.
The only
Yes,
problem I
but
have with Siesta's plan, I liked it before, but then she said that we're getting rid of the largest food supply we have in the town, and it's just becoming winter.
We can find a way around.
We may not have to get rid of it. It's just a lure. It doesn't mean that he's going to actually be eating it.
Okay, who here wants to try and stop him from eating it after our negotiations?
And she says she's going to be basically coating it in alchemical equipment and...
It's not... It's
Just to make it tastier for wolves.
Most of it is not going... There is a large portion which she will admit will not be necessarily good for human consumption.
Uh-huh.
Well, either way, if worst comes to worst, we can always call on, like, favors and stuff to help with the city out.
We have other ways of finding food, even if it is maybe not the best food source that people want. Spider surfing.
That'd be even worse.
Are you suggesting we go down to the ruins, kill a bunch of spiders as a food source?
It's a possibility.
If it's that or starvation.
Or,
If that's what
or
I have,
in the
if that's
underground,
what I
we
have
could.
to do.
I will say, in the underground, there's a decent number of mushrooms that my clan has cultivated similarly. I don't know as much as, say, like the mushroom farmers in the clan, but I know an alright amount about the edible fungi and such down there. Also various beasties that you can find.
Well, at any rate, it appears we have reached a consensus.
Hey.
Yes.
Now, I will say, I'm not going to be much help in finding the wolf in the Wolfsbane.
Yes.
Point me in a direction I can get anyone who wants to there, but otherwise.
A quote, by the way, which is very fitting for how Renan feels about both of these plans.
Yes. However, that was said by Lannister, so...
Yes.
Yeah,
The point is, is a relevant quote.
Yeah.
The problem is we're not trying to rule them though. We're trying to keep them alive.
I don't know about you. Nah, I'm joking.
I mean, when it all comes to the end, there's something to consider.
True, there will be a ruler, but there doesn't have to be.
Someone
say-
someone will have to take up the position of ruling the town.
True, but I feel like it's probably going to be like the captain of the guard or someone else like that.
Last time I checked, the captain of the
still
guard
in-
is very, very dead.
We don't know about that. We just know that he went out and he is
Went out
likely
and
dead.
hasn't
I hope he's
returned.
not.
He's
This
very,
is-
very dead.
This is one point where Rylan will kind of speak up and says it's not the town's decision. If it's discovered that once it's discovered his father is dead, the Duke of the North will take up a well, Jarl of the North, I should say, will take up a verdict and decide who the next ruler is.
Hopefully, someone good.
Well, we also have to. It's going to be a while until the Yard will find out about that, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
Winter is
Depends
about
how
to
long
begin.
this weather keeps up.
Yes.
Aye, and winter is about to begin.
But you also have to remember that there's like troops combing the countryside right now.
And it just takes one, like, once the storm is over, it only takes one peasant accidentally revealing it all, and...
Yep.
Oh,
But
possibly on
once
purpose.
again, the message has to both get back to the Jarl, and then it's got to get back here, and various things.
The Jarl of the North, though, is not as far away as, say, the capital, so it's something to consider.
True, but
But, regardless... To set out on Siesta's plan, then, basically, you guys will be waiting till about midday
Yep.
for the dragon
For the
to
wolves.
shoot on.
The fires we're setting for the Wolvesbane, how much do we think the smoke will spread?
Quite a bit.
Like, do we think it would affect like most of the town, or us up here?
Yes, most of the town.
Dang.
It's going to be blowing downwind towards the town.
I was kind
which
of
is
hoping
it's kind of a
to.
big part of the plan.
I was kind of hoping to maybe add some things to make it a little bit more effective. Not deadly or anything, just maybe another stacking effect on the wolves.
The plan. If you're trying to add like inhaled poison, you would need a lot of inhaled poison.
Yeah.
And then of course the fact that the townsfolk could breathe it in.
Yeah, which is why it wouldn't be a deadly one.
It is. Yeah. What she's doing is something. She's putting Wolvesbane in which, for most people, inhaled Wolvesbane was going to do absolutely nothing to them. At most, they're going to come down at most with a little fever, and they'll be over. Most people just won't really
For
notice.
most people.
Torruun, on the other hand, has a bit of an allergy. If you
She does not know that.
no, she doesn't. But
Yeah, if Thorok does actually start speaking that Torruun, we'll just like elbow you in the side.
Thor, of all the people to think is going to casually mention that you're a werewolf, Thorok is not one of them.
I can mention that if you want.
He is a,
Jortess not in a position to trust anyone right now. I
he
just
took a
want to
vow
point
of
this
silence. He spent like 30 years with a vow of silence on him. He knows how to
That's
keep
fine.
quiet about stuff.
That's fine. Torruun is still not in a position to trust anyone. You're
Well,
thinking you're applying logic to an illogical situation. Stop it.
Well, too bad. I'm a dwarf and a monk.
Again-
It's what he does.
Yeah, against you, Torruun, there will be side effects.
Mm-hmm.
They will be I say slightly. Okay, they will be debilitating for quite some time. It's a lot of Wolvesbane that's about to go up in smoke. A lot of Wolvesbane.
You might be able to make a charcoal mask if you help filter it out.
It's not a bad idea. I mean, I will ask Siesta if if she would have any, spare magic after this to protect me from the smoke, possibly.
No, she's not going to have any spare magic to do something like that with. But she reassures you it's perfectly harmless.
All right, that's
But yeah,
fine.
she's needing to use her because we're not using something as flammable as, say, a building.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to need to protect the fires with her magic. So,
And we could use a
No,
building, just use an empty one.
well,
Yeah, I
the
should be fine.
problem is if
I
you set up
should
if
be
you go-
fine.
if you go down the hill into the town and light those on fire, the smoke's not necessarily going to spread far enough.
Yeah.
You specifically choose the fact the manor is on a hill where it works perfectly for helping spread this.
I like how I rolled a 3 on that bluff.
You know,
Say I'll be fine.
she is going to believe you because she has no reason to think otherwise. She doesn't.
Yeah. Since part of it's a
Yeah.
voluntary
She
thing.
she knows the effects of inhaled Wolvesbane very well. She's used it a number of times. There's nothing that can go wrong. Maybe myopia would be fine.
I mean, hell, this Lyle guy she knew smoked the damn stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's not that like inhaled Wolvesbane. It's not that bad for you. Like in this huge of a dose, okay, maybe you get a fever, but it's nothing more. You're good. You're Fine.
I'm gonna go ask the priestess if she could do anything about that. Protect me from the harmful smoke.
She did not know there'd be harmful amounts of smoke being released, or else she would have prepared something.
Right.
I think you should go makeshift some alchemy madness together.
Sorry, she didn't prepare anything like air bubble today. She didn't think it'd be needed.
Hey,
Right. Right.
The Great Joys are prepared casters, right?
Yeah.
Like, they need 24 hours notice.
Right. Well, then I guess the only thing I can attempt to do is to just try and
Tough it out.
create myself some kind of mask.
It is going to suck significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Torruun,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you something, by the way. Send you a little message.
Okay. Tech.
Never skipping chat.
Doom.
Tappa.
It's the clicky clackies of doom.
it's always Doom. The most doomy of dooms.
Okay, I'll follow him. Let's see
No.
what he wants.
He wants it, not you.
It?
The mask.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
The
Fine.
why you can work out yourself, but
Yeah, okay, fine. That's fine.
but I mean, you could always make another one, but still.
Yeah, I'll guess I'll try to make two. If I don't have the time to make two, I guess I'll give
You
it.
probably can do. You can probably do that. Same with you, Jortess. Before about midday. You have a few hours before midday to go ahead and put these together. If you haven't got anything like professional, you don't have the ingredients around to make a professional filter mask.
No, but I mean, from what Torruun knows, I mean, he can just, get some herb compounds and things and charcoal dust it's essentially soak a scarf in sort of like a solution of this stuff and then apply the charcoal dust to it and then wrap it in more scarves because,
It's
to
not.
prevent
yeah.
direct exposure to any liquid.
It's not perfect. The game does have an official filter mask as an option, which you don't have the materials for. But if you did, that actually got I think around like a +8 bonus.
Yeah, no.
But you don't have the materials for.
If only-
You don't have the materials for a professional one.
If only S was here. Sure, he's got one.
S
or two.
is one grants immunity.
Oh, lovely. Next time we see
That's
S, I'm probably gonna have to get one of those.
But,
It grants-
yeah.
Remember how I said high-level characters go for immunity later, not for
Yeah, makes sense.
silver bonuses? But around midday though, sorry, there's nothing I can really do about that. I can throw my phone to the other side of the room.
This is unexpected.
That works.
The group will have to set out. Essentially, as a group. So you've got this plan here. Well, we've got this food that needs to be moved. We've got this stuff that needs to be put together. This fire that needs to be done. The alchemy that needs to be done. Stuff that needs to be gathered. You all can individually tell me how the hell is your character going to help, and what skill check might be relevant to represent how well you're managing to pull this off.
Okay.
Because there is a lot of things that need to be done here for CS's plan. There is a lot of steps and a lot of things that can go wrong.
Well, I have if I'm willing to commit a first level extract, I can get basically a plus stupid craft alchemy check.
+10 from Crafter's Fortune.
No, it's crafter's fortune is +5.
Okay,
But I mean, an overall plus stupid. I'm talking a overall bonus of +22.
According to the game rules, you do not use the bonus for creation, by the way. If your bonus is different for creating, you'd have to use your
Okay.
normal one.
Oh, okay. Then if I'm not
Which is-
using bonus for creating, then I'm just down to a. Do I still get alchemy lab bonus for my portable lab?
Yeah, you can still use your portable lab.
Then I'm down to a +12, which is
Good.
still the pretty much highest out of anyone here except maybe Siesta.
Because for the most part, ignore the NPCs. The NPCs all have their own like roles they're doing. You consider your own roles more.
Yeah.
That seems like a pretty
So-
big drop, considering you're only gaining +4 from your alchemy skill.
Yeah, if I have an incredible bonus for making items, I still have a significantly large bonus for all other checks, but my main bonus is in making items.
Yeah, but you drop. Oh, you have others like Master
Yeah,
Alchemist and stuff, don't you?
Crafters? No, I don't have Master's Alchemist. I can't take that.
Craft,
for a really long time.
Crafter's Fortune still works, by the way.
Oh, it does?
Crafter's Fortune just says +5 luck bonus on your next craft skill check, this is still a craft skill check. It's just you're not crafting.
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
What was the
using-
time?
was
And
that?
that's a +17 if I dedicate a first level extract.
I was gonna say, what's the time scale we're looking at again? I'm just trying to
You
find
have
out.
about 4 hours.
That's not long enough for a bloodline. Okay,
Mhm.
because I'm not skillful unless I can like intimidate a bunch of peasants to work it for us.
Unlikely.
We have to find
know
the
how you
peasants
feel.
first.
Yeah,
I
the
know
thing is,
how
you
you
have,
feel.
you have
I've got
about basically the group has about 4 hours approximately that they can safely like get everything prepared when the dragon's gone a safe distance and the wolves are not yet close enough to cause problems.
Dark question. Can I make a dual? Can I do 2 things?
Each person has one
2
task.
checks.
Each person has one task they dedicate themselves to.
Okay. Well,
What do you need to be
What-
done?
what other benefits? So, like, if I went out and helped people guide and search for Wolfsbane, would me just being with them help them with their stuff? Because of, well, my much easier time through snow and stuff.
Not directly, no.
Unless you're
Okay, what if I
carrying
borrowed-
us.
Exactly. What if I borrowed the muleback cords and actually carried someone?
Well,
Well, if
maybe-
I'm working in a lab, I won't need muleback cords.
well, you can carry someone, but carrying someone you're only getting one skill check for the 2 people working together.
Oh, really?
So there is a shit ton of food that needs carrying.
That is true.
Which
I could
muleback
do
would
that.
definitely help with.
Yeah, these
Yeah.
are things you need to like. There are loads of things. It's not just there is loads of things that need to be done here and put together.
Yeah.
One thing Sarah might want to consider, for example, is Siesta might need Sarah might want to try helping with Siesta's magic.
That's the thing Sarah can do, because she's not very good at physical things beyond maybe dexterity, but she's good
Yeah.
at magical. Okay.
There are things here that are magical, the things that are dexterous, things that are strength-based, things that you could even just argue constitution in some cases. Oh, I'm just forcing myself to go through these horrible conditions.
But if anyone needs rope, Sarah can be producing rope at all times, basically.
Your point is you need to just you need to give her a story. How are you helping?
Okay. How does Siesta plan to set up like the lure? Does she need to like set up in a certain way where she can basically get the largest spread of aroma?
There is a specific location she needs at, and there is kind of a certain way it needs to be set.
Some of
way
it's-
set up.
Is some of it like set up higher and everything?
Yeah, some of it is, yeah.
Then I'm going to borrow the muleback cords and I'm going to see if I could use a climb check to aid in this. Help her get things set up in the correct order.
Sure, and it's reasonable when you're carrying a huge amount of stuff that you're kind of having to also climb up the huge hill back and forth to get to the location. It can make sense. Sure.
Which
Dark, do I get any miscellaneous bonus since, I'm a werewolf creating a lure for wolves?
Not directly. Probably mostly because I don't think your character really studied too much on trying to attract your own kind. Doesn't really sound like something you've done that much.
Not a whole lot, no, but
You're normally, if anything, trying to deter it.
that's reasonable.
So, if you were a werewolf hunter, then I might consider it a bit more. But
A werewolf hunter.
I don't
You know,
suppose...
there's the Dampier Vampire Hunter, so...
That's true. I don't suppose with Siesta's things, you might need something activating.
UMD
Such
is
as-
what you're sounding like.
That's my best skill.
Well, indeed, she has a various magical thing she's setting up. I could see a UMD check being possible.
Alternatively, there's magical items that might probably help with this. I was thinking a feather token.
I could see, for example, most notably, one thing she's planning to do is use the power of the totem to almost work as a bit of a beacon for this.
Okay, so Sarah will go punch that and basically be like, work, bitch.
Please don't damage it.
If,
Don't.
Torruun, if will interject with that and to sort of give her a couple of doses of winter bite for this, and to try to explain. It's like, yeah, you want to use these sort of aid in attracting the wolf to the correct scent and everything. Sort of have Venya bless their noses, so to speak.
Will that work?
Maybe?
Gods and spirits are interesting folk. You have to think with metaphors and metaphysical. You have to stop thinking literally with them.
This explains why gods never get anything done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why they have mortals to do it for them.
So, Jortess, Sideline, do either of you have a particular idea on how you're going to tackle this problem?
I think Jortess is going to try and help set up the actual Wolfsbane, like gather it together, set fire to it, whatever
Yep,
needs
that's what our
doing.
Sideline was going to go do.
Could I craft alchemy or perception this? Which one would be more applicable?
Since we already have a craft alchemy check, a different skill check would be more effective.
Alright, perception then.
I'm going to say, can I make a concentration check
No.
for blowing the shit out of the Wolfsbane from a distance? If I want to
No.
spell slots. Oh, okay.
Look, I've got some flint and steel, just set it alight the old-fashioned way.
I can
Okay.
do it. I'm much.
You're busy
You're
breaking
busy doing
shrines.
Yeah, using skill checks that no one else has used is more effective. Repeated skill checks are less powerful.
Well, that was a shit roll.
Oof, yeah,
Story of
well,
our life.
I still cleared 20.
quite impressive.
What am I going to do?
Really? Ugh.
Wow.
Gotta be kidding me.
Oh.
Well, plans ruined, guys.
At the very least, I at least broke 10, so...
GG, no re.
Okay, well, hopefully I get a good reaction considering I'm firing that person's ice, so let's go. That's a 5. Why are we
Yeah,
rolling so badly?
I really hope that is basically a pass considering you'll use magic devising, and that has all sorts of fun effects when you fail.
We'll cover that later. I'm seeing one check that is missing. So Sideline, how do you exactly want to handle this?
I'm not sure.
We've got the various aspects here. We've got the food. We've got the food that needs to be moved. We've got the totem that's being empowered. We have siesta spells to help protect the fire. We have stuff that needs finding. We have alchemy work.
Oh, protecting the fire. I can do that.
She has spell because remember she's setting up a ritual to protect the fires from the blizzard.
Yeah, me rolling a knowledge arcana or something like that. Would that help?
I know Arcana could help.
And hey, Mira, I need you to kick in for a moment.
Analyzing statistical probability.
Thank God, someone did
There we
well.
go, finally.
Yeah, he added his once per day on. So
Okay.
Either way.
whenever he calls on Eyrie, he's adding his once per day. I basically
Midnight
auto
Surge,
succeed the skill
yeah.
check.
Yeah.
Yes, so.
Oh wait, no, that's one higher. That's 34. I forgot to increase my Mira bonus this level.
I'm so sad that three of us rolled so badly.
Yeah. Ugh.
I
Yeah,
got
it's not the
average.
big
Weird
worst thing.
20.
I got
Yeah.
just above average. That makes me happy.
Let's see. You picked one. You picked one of the harder plans to get to work. So we'll see how this goes.
Of course.
I didn't say this. I didn't say CCS was a high risk, high reward plan. It goes well or it goes bad. Very bad.
At least we know the fires worked.
At the very least, I picked one of the least, problematic things if I fail.
Well, so Jortess, with a perception check. So Jortess did a lot of work, trying to find all this damn shit. Moving around and collecting the various bits, trying to. Oh look, there's the stem of the plant. Brennan, go dig it up.
Fortunately, Jortess knows some alchemy and such. We can actually recognise plants, wolfsbane and things like that.
His keen eyes most notably help quite well in the blinding snow.
Oof,
Torruun
yeah.
makes some work. It's not quite as good as he originally thought it was. He's really not too used to treating meat in this way, and he's having to deal with his own impulses telling him to consume it as he's trying to treat it.
Which is how I know it's working.
That's true.
Thorok, it's very slippery out there, and carrying the food, and he does manage to transport it, but there are occasions where Thorok has managed to somehow lose his gripping, moving back and forth, and some food has fallen, some have got scattered, and it's not been perfect time. If he wasn't so hardy, Thorok would probably be quite bruised after this. Sarah, channeling all of the power and manipulation she has of magic, reaching into the deepest bloodline she has.
Not that deep.
As it may turn out, this didn't quite go as well as you were hoping. You were expecting it to have a more significant effect than it had, but you couldn't really get a mix. Possibly it's because of this fire and ice dynamic.
Damn it.
Either
Maybe
way,
I'd have better results if I set on fire.
Either way, though, your efforts did not turn out as good, and you have used a use magic device check which has failed, which means the rules oblige me to look at the chart.
Hopefully it's fire.
Can you please roll me a D100 for what happened because you had a significant but not a catastrophic failure?
I'm hoping this isn't going to be another Abalak where I
Actually-
get absorbed into the aether.
Actually, first you get to make a wisdom check first.
Oh, okay. What's my... -1.
Nice.
Decent roll.
You managed.
Where was that on your use magic device?
Well, good news, you managed to avoid the mishap, actually, according to the rules.
Oh, I still kind of want the random effect just because it'd be funny.
You can roll the D100 and tell you what the random effect was, or you can choose to fail that wisdom check and get the random effect.
I rolled to see what I'd get just because it'd be hilarious.
Sure. 77. Oh. Sarah, in her deep channeling of magic, she would have... God damn it, phone.
Mira, quiet.
Sorry.
She felt her mind falling inwards towards this great snowy field and looking around. Everything seemed so big. The trees seemed... Wait. Why is your hand so... Oh. You would have accidentally polymorphed yourself into a fox.
Oh, that'd be cool. That would love it.
That would have been cool.
That would not have been good because you couldn't cast any spells or anything after that.
Correct.
Yeah, but it would have been easier getting to the primal thing and being like, cheap.
It would.
Cheap,
It wouldn't have been as
cheap.
bad if
Well,
one of
that's just-
I did it.
The point stands is you did not, in fact, get turned into a fox.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
But
sure
you would have
foxes
killed
don't go
a fox.
cheap.
And then Sideline, who most certainly had the most success out of the group.
Good, make up for it.
Where Sideline, going over, looking at the ritual Siesta had in place, having Mira help correct any small errors, and working away. his deep
This is completely wrong. It needs to be done like this.
It wasn't completely wrong. There was some things that could have been done better. And as an ancient robot from several thousand years ago, you have learned optimization quite well.
Yes.
It does not take you long to be able to help set up the ritual in such a way that when it started, the fire should remain lit quite well. At least so you feel.
Oh, good.
Assuming everything goes well, Team PC more or less is ready to go. The NPCs, in their own ways, have all been trying to get things set up. Brennan and Siesta especially have been gathering a lot of the wolfsbanes. Many of you have been trying to do the treating of the.
I helped.
Yeah, you've been helping. Just they're better at actually dealing with plants than you, but you're better at finding them than them.
Yeah, you find all the plants and they tell you if it's actually good wolfsbane or not.
No, it's not a case of he can identify. It's a case of then trying to harvest it properly.
That as well. That's also
good. Siesta is very good at herbalism. Very good.
Good.
Kind of something she's good at. And Brennan also does a little bit of helping out Sideline with some spellcraft, since no one rolled a spellcraft.
And Big B's disappeared from roll 20.
Oh, yeah. Give me a second.
I could have rolled a spellcraft, but, my Arcana is... Well, actually, no. They're about equal. They're exactly...
Yeah. I was about to ask, what's up with you and having casters that suck at casting skills?
Spellcraft is fine.
Licton, meanwhile, spent most of his ability using his vast strength score.
Good, he helped me with that. So.
Yeah, helping move things back and forth because you did it by a climbing aspect. He did it more by oh god, there's so much of this.
Well, the good news is, honestly, both of us probably could have got a mealback cord because both. If Jortess would have let us borrow his.
Wait, Jortess has his own?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I've had
both
one
you
for
and Jortess have them.
ages. Yeah, if it had been asked for, then I would have reluctantly handed it over on the premise that I get it back.
Sure. In which case, oh. Meta-wise, so Tinder.
Yo.
The group needs to thank you.
For my muleback cords.
The muleback cords turned the success from it turned the current thing from being failure on the side of the group.
Oh, lovely.
To a success on the side of the group.
Hey.
because that turned Licton, who had the least useful skills to give to this, turned his failure into a success.
Yeah, that massive +8 to strength to carry crap.
Mm-hmm.
Because Siesta succeeded at her, Brennan succeeded at his, Arlen did not succeed, Licton would not have succeeded, but you made him succeed. And then Team PCs. Team PCs didn't have the best number of successes.
We had some.
We had at least 2.
You had 2 successes, it's true.
Yeah.
And the DC for this was set at 25.
So I just passed.
Because Siesta had the highest DCs out of the group for the skill check section.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the fact hers is the non-combat section, so
yeah,
the skill checks are just harder.
Yeah.
While the DCs for the other 2 were either 15 or 20.
What was the climb DC?
All the skill checks were considered 25 in total.
Oh, okay.
It was a broad, just every skill check here is worth 25 for a proper success.
Woohoo! Way to go, Tinder! We win!
If only this were a check on creating items, because then that would be instantly 25 on the dot.
Mm-hmm.
But, regardless, your test made it so this was not a critical failure. Well, it was not a failure, not a critical failure, but it was a success. It's not a perfect success. So it's unlikely for you to get a perfect success. So there is a special reward if you do so, but you didn't. But the plan underway. Sunset arrives. And with sunset, as it's basically become the everyday thing around here, a deep howling can be heard in the distance. As the wolves make their way towards the town, beginning to circle and enshroud it. At which point, are you on loop? Off loop. The plan goes underway. The fires are lit. The activation ingredients are added to the food, and the incantations are activated. As the fires come to life, and a smell which most of you don't really. Most of you smells like something like tingling your nose slightly, but you can't really. It's not really a strong scent. Most of you, Torruun, you have two scents hitting you. One is there is the distinct scent of the wolf's bane, which is claw. It feels like someone's clawing at your eyes. Then at the same time, there is the bait, which if you had the ability to go feral right now, you might go feral. You don't. You would think unable to go feral right now, which is good for you.
Mm-hmm.
So that is how you're feeling, and for the most part, the rest of you really don't notice it too much.
Yeah, but as the fires are lit, Jortess sort of looks towards Torruun and then puts his own mask on.
Sure, you can do so. I presume Torruun is going to have his mask.
Oh yeah.
I'm a robot.
You're still affected by gaseous things, though. You still have to get air into your
Yeah, it is true, but I have a really, really good fort save against things like that.
As do I.
Also interesting. Rylan also has a makeshift mask.
Yeah, good idea.
So that's the thing. The various other NPCs seem okay. Also, by the way, Sarah, I just noticed you're hurt.
Yeah, you should be fully healed.
You should be fully healed. The priestess lady would have fixed it.
It's just because of level up, and I forgot to change it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The priestess lady would make sure no one's hurt. So,
I would like to say that I think probably the two, me and Licton, at the very least, are going to set up in sort of a defensive position,
yes,
taking the front lines.
Yeah,
so.
Essentially, because it is possible some of the wolves might try approaching, still.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be significantly less, and they should be weak enough that you can more drive them away. You don't really need to go full combat, but still, especially those who are better in the cold, should especially consider it.
Yep, definitely.
I'm fine in the cold. I prepared Endure Elements today.
Mm-hmm.
I have some Blackfire clay.
I would.
If you would want to, I mean, the priestess has Endure Element spells prepared because you were told to, so you can all do it if you want to. We're trying to hold back and trying to help do the defensive line.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still have
also, remember everyone, we have 6 resist energy cold potions.
I also have one for myself, so Rylan can have mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume you're just handing each of us one of them.
Yeah, 6 to pass around. Don't drink it until we actually start getting into combat, because...
Of course.
Well,
yeah.
So I need to know who all takes one.
I'll take
I
one.
do.
Numbers.
Letters. That's 3 of us so far.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3... Torruun has his own, so I think the other one can go to, Rylan and...
Licton?
Licton, probably, yeah.
Fair enough.
That way I'm keeping one, Rylan gets one, and Renan and Siesta should be fine, since...
Renan does not plan to engage because he is not combat capable against the Winter Wolf.
Exactly, he's going to be staying back with Siesta to deal with the...
He'll be staying back trying to make sure that the spells and the fires hold together just fine.
Also, Sarah, I could really use mage armor right now, just in case.
And Siesta, well, as this is her plan, is essentially doing like organization work, sending back her bird back, her familiar back and forth, like the familiar basically shouting at you like, "Wolf at the back gate!"
Yeah. Actually, better idea. Can Renan give me mage armor instead of Sarah?
Yep, Renan can do that.
Thank you. Good. So, Sarah, you have 1 extra spell slot.
Okay.
As noted though, as the wind, someone so disorientated, they're barely standing. It's quite making it very easy to scare them off.
Good.
Like, while they're trained by the law, the stench of the wolfbane is so powerful. Some of them are barely remaining conscious.
Oh, good. Glad you guys are
Dark, I would like to remind you of the Frost Ward gel I've given Rylan.
Yep, that is good to note.
Alright, so he's got that
Cold
and
resist 5, that stacks as if it were protection from energy, not resist energy.
Okay.
And when it absorbs 20 points of cold damage, it's done. It takes 1 minute to apply and lasts for 1 hour before losing potency.
Yep, sure.
Cool.
The plan then will go ahead and continue on. And for some time, you're not sure if it's working. I mean, you're getting wolves approaching, some, and you are seeing they're quite disorientated. From your vantage point, you could think some of them like kind of go a bit close to the town, maybe a bit closer than you'd want, but for the most part, it seems the smoke is keeping them off.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Yay.
And then a roar like nothing you've ever heard before. It echoes. It echoes so loudly that doesn't matter where you are on the estate. It sounds just as loud.
Oh, I guess that's our target.
Found him.
Alright. He'll be here soon.
From anyone near like the large totem of food, almost like there's a food falling off the top at the ground, shaking very slightly.
Well, that's
Everyone form
Thorok's
up.
fault for not putting it up there properly.
Shut it. I'd like to see you try to climb over this kind of crap.
Yeah, maybe when we're done here.
I'm gonna go ahead and apply my own Frost Ward gel. Thank you.
How can I not be the spearhead of Arrow?
I mean, essentially, these two are going to be moved off the map because they're not actually going to be, you know.
I will stay with Rylan.
I'm gonna stay behind my dwarf.
Your dwarf.
Yes.
I see we're still in the age of slavery.
Yes.
Apparently.
It's my dwarf.
As well, what approaches is a wolf. Huge. It's bigger than any wolf any of you have ever witnessed. Though, Torruun was an exception, I suppose, because he has seen this one. Its fur... Its fur refracts the dusk light, almost as if it was made of ice itself. And this cold aura, so cold, emanates around it.
Ocean time.
Yep.
This is the
Jump,
primal winter wolf. A creature whose being in his mere presence, in his aggressive state right now, entitles me... Well, actually doesn't entitle... It demands me to tell all of you to make a will save.
Is this against fear?
Yes.
I don't
I'm a
get
robot.
anything against fear, do I? Boo.
Higher fears no one.
Is this a spell-like ability?
No, this is just him being really fucking scary.
Oh,
Why
great.
is my
Well,
reflex
Oh.
so much better?
Twig.
And Torruun does not care.
I'm a robot.
Me and Sarah
nor
do.
does Thorok.
So, Sarah,
Mm-hmm.
Jortess, you were both shaken.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a -2 to everything.
Oh, that's a big wolf.
Yep.
Hey,
Just
hold fast.
let's see. Rylan, I need you to roll me a save. You're okay?
Rylan cares not.
Does his nat 20 give us a
You know-
re-roll, bolstering our spirits?
You know, as much as our
Not a
saves are
bar.
kind of, as much as our personal saves are crap, our NPC companions usually have pretty good ones.
That's just because they rolled. That's just because they roll high.
Exactly. We can trust our NPCs to roll high, even if we don't.
You just need to trust they'll make the right plans, which is why they ask you.
Exactly.
This wolf is monumental in size, and as I said, the ground even shakes as it moves towards you. It kind of, it approaches. You maybe have like a bit more distance than you actually have here, as it's kind of just leaping forward in huge bounds and strides, and unless you're specifically trying to block its path, it's probably going to dive right over you.
No, I am not going to try and stop it.
It can do whatever it wants.
Hey.
Essentially, because it's going to leap with a high jump of only a mere 15 feet high jump.
Not bad.
Sideline, can you move your token like one to the right for me? Oh, that'll do. It does that.
Mm-hmm.
As it lands, and it looks like it's about to go towards the food, and Brian's just standing right in front of it. And it just looks at him. And stops. Just stops dead in its tracks, and it looks at him. Growls. Looking up to... His eyes then peer over to Sarah.
If she doesn't move, you can't see her. That's always right.
Then his head turns and looks at the robot.
Yes, I can have invisibility
Silent
spell.
waves.
And then it looks back towards Licton and Thorok.
Thorok's sitting there with a stony demeanor.
Also, a good
You know-
question. Licton, how's your... Oh. Licton, you're automatically entitled to a second saving sphere. You succeed your
God
second
damn
one.
it.
Yeah, Licton's fighter.
Yeah, he distinctly has many bonuses against fear.
Bravery.
He has the fighter bravery bonus plus something that gives him a reroll against all fear effects. So,
Oh,
I
he
just
probably
have a +4
swapped out
against
his
fear.
weapon training. Probably swapped out his weapon training for that or something like that.
Sorry. Sideline
It's
here,
not-
take a 5-foot step back.
yeah, it's understandable. As a note, you're not actually this close. Anyone who tries feeling like getting super close, you will feel there is a cold aura around him, which I'm allowed as a DM to show you how much damage his cold aura is dealing. All creatures who are
Yeah.
within 5 feet of him automatically take 7 points of, well, 3.6 points of damage per turn.
The hell.
Which, no, that's not that bad. Remember, we all have resist energy cold going.
At the start of your turn. But that's just being in his mere presence.
True, but that's why we have resist energy.
He kind of just stares at Ryan, who kind of looks nervous. You can't blame him.
True,
Consider the number of size categories of difference here.
but he is surprisingly well, taking it surprisingly well for someone who is many times smaller.
He definitely looks like he has familiarity. Like he has seen this Women Dwarf before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not complete.
Yeah, so does Torruun. Torruun just doesn't even look like he's anticipating combat. He has just his halberd head first into the snow. He's just kind of standing there holding the position.
As Ryan is going to move up, being battered by the cold, but luckily, he's being resisted against.
Yeah, he has resist cold 10 effect, or not 10, 15 right
15.
now, effectively.
So yeah, you can see like his clothes getting torn slightly by the icy wind, but he himself is fine. As the Windwolf kind of looks at him, and lowers its head down very close, so his head is bigger than Ryan's entire body. By quite a large amount. Ryan is going to remove a ring from his hand. He's going to put it down in the snow beside him. I assume Sarah's not actually saying that.
No.
And as all of you were able to see Ryan kind of reach onto his belt, and he's going to draw a dagger from his belt.
Okay.
And with a slight wince, is going to cut slightly across the palm of his hand and just show it towards the Winterwolf, who kind of puts his head very close and sniffs.
Smart way to do it.
Don't worry, he's got this.
The
No, I
Winterwolf,
know.
the Winterwolf even like letting out his tongue and like licking, which just size of that tongue for one.
Thank
But
God
two-
he has resist cold 15 right now.
Yes, as you kind of witness essentially, as he's kind of licking across like essentially at the front of his hand, just a solid block of ice starts forming over it almost. So the resist cold kind of stopping it from actually doing much.
Oh, good.
But still, just that much cold. As the Winterwolf, suddenly his cold aura just seemed to start slowing down. Turning from what is essentially a small blizzard surrounding him down to a cold afternoon wind. Those of you currently affected by the fear effect can cancel it. As he's going to suppress his frightful aura.
Oh, good.
Where does this must come into play?
Sorry, Jortess, you don't actually get to. Yeah, you can.
Alright then.
As the Winterwolf just looks at Rylan for a second. As Rylan seems to like kind of go over to its like huge ear and seems to whisper something in.
And suddenly it turns around and eats all of us. The end.
Rylan's whisper was,
Kill them all! Murder!
I can kill Rylan before Wolf kills the rest of us.
"You could."
Wanna bet?
Unless he's,
You could
unless he's a
try.
Rakshasa.
I mean, admittedly, you have seen his survivability in the past.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
You have a man with a very, very large rifle, ready to twitch at anything. So,
The wolf kind of essentially just reaches forward and essentially picks up Rylan in its mouth and just throws him onto his back.
ugh.
And then just moves towards Sarah.
Rylan, what's going on?
He's going for an
It's
adventure.
fine.
Don't worry.
It's fine, Jortess.
There was no.
Right.
Though, for anyone who's actually keeping track of where the wolf is looking, it's not looking at Sarah, it's looking at the large pile of food next to her.
There, you may want to move.
Tactical slide.
As the wolf seems to start eating. And Sarah, you'd probably be the first one to notice this. Your flaming essence is noticing. Also, you're noticing what you attempted to do with your magic before, even though you kind of screwed up a little bit.
Who doesn't?
You kind of almost feel that that Venu's wrath over the area fades very slightly.
Guys, I think Venya's slightly less pissed off at us. It returns again.
Well, I hope
And-
so.
Same over. The Winterwolf's going to take a while eating. There's a lot of food.
Right.
As he's kind of going about it, and Ryan's kind of looking, now his like hand like pushed up against like his shirt, basically using his own clothes as a makeshift bandage to stop it from bleeding. You do notice like the snow like slowing.
Oh, good.
The blizzard, well, it's no longer a blizzard, now a snowstorm. Eventually, these two will also rush over.
Oh, good.
They will kind of look up at Rylan, look at the winter wolf that he's somehow sitting on.
Yeah, Torruun just kind of looks over and says, "I told you it was crazy enough to work."
Siesta just gives a smug smile at Licton. Licton is not going to respond.
Both for best.
Any cynical comment he gives is clearly not going to be warranted to anything right now. Eventually, though, well, is there anything you guys want to do in the meantime while the wolf is chowing away?
Quick,
Making
stab it.
sure I don't ice up. That's basically my only plan.
Is Ryland's hand still like a block of ice?
No, the ice didn't really stick too well because of the resist energy.
Okay, that's good.
It kind of froze and then it kind of melted.
You can kind of throw a heal potion up to him.
Torruun is just going to leave his halberd just like sticking upright in the snow basically and just sit on his knees.
Also, just because I'm supposed to. Okay, you took 4 points of damage from blood loss.
Alright.
That was quite a bad cut.
It was a very vigorous
Rennie.
stabbing to the stab. It was good.
Okay, I just need a little blood.
Oh, good lord!
Well, it's a little bit of blood compared to the wolf.
I
Who
did,
is
I,
huge.
And I mean, it's not.
yes, compared to he had
It's
to
not
kind of-
ability damage either, so
Yeah,
that's
it's
good.
it's just pure damage. That's not including a strength score because, well, he of course did apply his strength score to his own hand.
Yeah.
I don't know my own strength.
He chose not to
We have
add
a.
his strength.
Pretty sure Renning can fix that anyway.
Yes, later he can. But nothing in particular any of you want to do, or anything you want to kind of talk to anyone about?
Thorok is going to take up sort of a sentry position just around here, looking outward now.
You then hear kind of the sound of movement from behind you. Then Thorok.
Mm-hmm.
As you see winter wolves approaching quickly, a small pack of them.
Mm-hmm.
Torruun just kind of gets up and just goes and sits like over here.
That being on sentry, you'll be the first
Come
one to
on,
notice this.
go the
Thorok.
way.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way you particularly want to react to a large pack of aggressive-looking winter wolves approaching?
They actually look aggressive.
They look aggressive.
I
Put
get
Thorok
out of the
between
way.
us and them.
I'm just going to basically stand here, and if they approach and don't actually look like don't actually attack, then I'll move out of the way.
Because, I mean, they look pretty angry.
Well, Thorok thinks that if they are part of the pack, this wolf's pack, and he's eating like this, and he's not as angry, then as soon as they get near to him, they're going to calm down. But until then, he's going to stand here as guard.
That's a lot of wolves.
It is. Probably the same ones whenever we ran into this one the first time.
As said, a lot of wolves.
Mm-hmm.
There's a venerable typhoon of fuzz coming towards us.
I want one again.
As
That is not
You'll
the
hear-
first time I've heard that.
Rylan will kind of look back, see that approaching, and will say something to the wolf, it seems. Do any of you know Giant?
Yes.
Does
No.
anyone else know Giant?
No.
I'm distinctly lacking in languages.
I
Same.
know Giant.
Because winter wolves speak Giant. Fun fact.
Yep,
Is that 'cause they're so
makes
big?
sense.
Yes, it
Are
is.
they
Yeah.
are they the giants of wolves?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yep, giants have them
They're
as
the
pets.
Jotun of wolves. That's who they are.
Essentially, you'll hear then basically Rylan are politely just get that guy a polite request like, "Can you please stop your friends from trying to eat us?" Something along those lines, essentially. And so Winter Wolf will kind of perk its ears, turn, see this kind of pack approaching, and just release this roaring howl, which some of you might be temporarily deafened by. Temporarily.
Great.
From its just sheer volume. But the Winter Wolves will basically, like, skid and then turn around.
Oh, I want a bun.
It's like, nope, not touching this, not touching this.
Good.
Oh, by the way, in case you're wondering, when the NPCs had said it is suicide to charge through the town,
That's why.
Mm-hmm.
the reason they said it would be suicide to charge through the town is what I'm about to show you now. Because if you went through the town with 0 plans and just like straight to them.
Wait, there's a Terran in there.
Hi, Taryn. Taryn, you
Good
traitor.
What is he doing there?
He's with his people.
The reason he's there is called selection boxes.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, shouldn't Terran have been with us anyway?
Yes,
Nah.
he is.
He was.
somewhere.
Yeah, he was in the.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, he was in the building.
Yeah, he's there somewhere. Just the point is that he was in my selection box for some reason at the window.
Secretly, Taryn is the big bad of the Winter Wolves.
And then essentially going with Renan's plan. We're going with either Renan's or Licton's plan would have basically ended up. Let's see. Well, Renan's plan would have ended up you with this.
We can
No, not
take
in-
that.
No, not in one encounter.
We can
Those
take
would-
it.
It would have
You
been.
sure about that?
It would have been in multiple
Yeah.
encounters. So one of the encounters they would have had the advantage of a surprise round, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you went with Licton's plan, you would have only dealt with that.
Yeah, Licton's plan. We could have dealt with Licton's plan fairly easily, but
It was the safest.
Brennan's, I don't think so.
It was the safest plan for you as a group, but not necessarily for the town.
Yeah.
Which was kind of the whole point of, sacrifices must be made.
Mm-hmm.
Does
So-
anyone have like a want to go up and pet the big wolf thing? Or is that just me?
I do not recommend this.
Aye, that would be highly disrespectful.
Looks really fuzzy.
Go ahead and do it. I'm sure
If
I'd
you-
love it.
If you could ask him
Not
permission,
I'm
and
not
if he
going to
would,
help you replace your arm.
aye.
Yeah, that's true. Probably wouldn't.
The wolf, once it's eventually done eating, kind of moves its tail in such a way to essentially slide Rylan off.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of
If
looks
I see
back,
it sort of getting up to leave.
it kind of looks back and forth between all of you.
Torn bows.
Yeah, Thorok does about the same.
Sideline gives it a little nod.
Of course, you would be here, half-breed.
Oh, that's not very nice.
It speaks out in common.
Yeah, and Jortess says that in response.
So,
Well, there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Torn just stands up. How are you doing, friend?
My instincts tell me to kill every one of you right now.
pleasant.
I greatly appreciate the fact that you're fighting against that.
Though a delicious meal did help.
I did my best.
Killing is a bit subjective, and I'm pretty sure I wouldn't make the best meal.
No, but I might have been able to upgrade my den with you.
That is true. That is true.
Man of metal.
Proper term is automaton, but you may call me as you wish.
I shall have my pack return its region. But shall I hear of the atrocities that occurred here again, and that my pack is broken once more, I will not hold back in the decimation of this town.
And the dragon?
I will not let that happen again.
And looks towards, as he put, man of metal.
Yep.
The dragon. It looks like it wants to argue, and then you'll just see Ryan kind of poke it. It just looks back at him. And you think the Windwolf's side. The dragon will be dealt with. Give
Thank
it a
you.
few days.
Thank you.
Kind of peers to each of you. Seeing if any more of you have got any comments you want to make.
You have to give me a minute on that.
It won't give you a minute if you don't have any comments to make.
No, I'm just joking. That's my comment.
In which case, it will leave.
Bye. Preferably don't come back.
I heard that.
You're welcome back anytime you want.
Breath weapon.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
That's a pretty big breath weapon.
It's
Most
breath
dragons
weapon.
don't have that.
Its breath weapon is pretty damn huge. I can check exactly how big.
Is it
He's a
60
huge-sized
foot cone
creature.
or something?
He can have as big a breath weapon as he wants.
The rules state his breath weapon is a 30-foot cone.
Yeah, see, it's
Pretty big.
a pretty big one, but it's not hugely massive.
I mean, it's pretty
Better than
big.
dragons. Yeah, it's better than like a dragon's 60-foot, 30 or 90-foot line or something like that.
It depends. Some dragons have only like a 30-foot cone as well.
True.
Some certain dragons only have a 30-foot line. The young dragons, the dragons.
Yeah.
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 But it will leave, and you notice the snowstorm kind of very much just lets up. So does the wind, the cold, and so much so that the clouds even part so much enough that you actually even see a ray of sunlight.
Yay.
Praise it. I had to.
Sold it.
Rylan goes over and picks up the ring and puts it back on. His hand clearly stinging a little bit, but he's ignoring it.
So, when are we going to tell the townsfolk? Shall we give them a day to see for themselves that the dragon and the wolves are gone for good?
Well, didn't the wolf say it would take a couple of days to deal with the dragon?
Yes.
Alright, then, well, that answers the question.
Because, fun fact, a dragon won't necessarily back down and just straight away.
No, you could be feeling accommodating.
Dragons are
Problem
really...
is, and winter wolves aren't exactly the best at dealing with covert white dragons.
That Winter Wolf is particularly better than most, but...
True, but that's because he's a pack alpha. Among other things. Still, it hurts whenever one of your main forms of attacking is completely nullified by things scales.
Mm-hmm. Time will go on until the end of the week.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have
I'm
maybe...
sure there are many questions for me after that.
Well, you'll be glad to know... Remember how Siesta has a habit of not picking up social contexts? Juice?
Yeah.
She kind of more gives a confused... Who was he talking to when he said... Half-breed?
Jortess.
Because, yeah, fun fact, there's a reason Jortess spoke up.
Mm-hmm.
He is the only actual half-breed here that she knows of. Because Sarah's not really a half-breed, she's more like a 100th breed.
That's gonna make that joke.
Does Jortess want to help pass it off as it was just Future talking about you?
He's not going to purposely spread that rumour, but if anyone asks, he'll be like, oh, well, it must have been that.
Then would you like to roll me a bluff check?
Not particularly. I don't think I'm... No, I wasn't trained in bluff.
Well...
Wait, can I back him up? Oh god damn it. Can I try and smooth over his back?
I have a -1 on that. Cut me some slack.
Sure, you can try and smooth it up.
Good news is, with Siesta, she probably doesn't have the best sense motive.
It's interesting for Siesta. Siesta, she has like a good like mental stat array, except for charisma. But charisma is actually shit. But she also, along with it, she has some major penalties to picking up just like social clues and stuff, which includes her sense motive.
So we'll kind of dive in and see Jortess and say, Jortess, what are you even talking about? It's probably talking about me and he's just trying to be racist because I'm fire. Racist moves.
Want to... You know, Siesta will accept this as a plausible explanation.
Licton, on the other hand...
Licton, on the other hand...
Does he confront me about this?
Does he care enough?
He does give you Torruun a look of, I'm talking to you later.
Yeah.
He does not directly confront you yet, though.
Not good.
But the storm will cool down. And efforts to try and fix everything can go underway. You're going to have 5 days of essentially damage control.
Yep. Yeah.
Yay.
Where your characters are occupied by screaming peasants.
If you don't mind, Thorok is going to make his way to the Hound Snout and just go see if Jarog is alive, one. And if he is, just stay with him and drink for a few days.
By drink, he's not really going to be drinking so much as he's trying to help the peasants stop screaming.
Here, drink this, stop screaming.
Then,
Hey, I have an idea. Sideline, I need you. I need somebody to get Fee for me. As much as I don't particularly want to talk to her, she's going to be extremely useful here.
I'll get her. I see
Sideline.
Jarog is going to
How
be
good are
just
you?
holding out.
Sideline, I need you to help me make gunpowder.
I can do that.
Oh god.
Oh, I know what
Why?
he's going to do. You're gonna start a festival, aren't you? Or you're going to see if he can
No,
start a
a
festival.
victory speech.
Oh, great.
Because your also mighty ego requires fireworks for this?
Well, he is the town hero.
People are distracted by shiny things. Fireworks are the shiniest thing.
And that is true, actually. Torruun is considered a hero in the town.
Wow.
He could easily pass this off as him, aiding and saving the town. And if he gets
Alone?
Fee to agree with this,
Yeah, alone he would struggle, but with who is essentially like the pillar of the community, Fee.
Yeah.
which I will
I'm on a
immediately go
good
get.
I'm on a good working relationship with Fee.
Yeah, if news
That's good
of
to
this
know.
being set up spreads, Jortess would like to talk to Faron about sorting out some other kinds of entertainment for the festival.
Oh.
Well, you'll be
We
glad
don't really
to...
so much need a festival as we need to just, have a sudden boost in morale.
Yeah, well,
You will
loose
be
women
glad...
help with that.
You'll be glad to know, I'm looking through the NPC roster, and every one of them has succeeded on their... Every one of them, minus of course the Ironsburns, because I'm not counting them for this, all of them but the Ironsburns have succeeded at their, basically, staying alive checks.
Hooray.
Oh, good.
Ooh.
You know what? After I get Fee, I'm going to go see if Jarog would help as well. With
It does help that since you didn't choose, for example, Licton's plan, which has an auto-execute basically attached to it, or I automatically execute X number of people,
Yeah.
oh, lovely, yeah,
because someone would be caught up in collateral. It was inevitable.
yeah.
Yeah.
Once again,
If
this is fine.
it's one of the named NPCs or not is different, but the point is someone would have, some people would take collateral. But very few people did. Siesta's plan went down. Most people who died of frostbite and died of hunger.
No.
Yeah, well, they were probably
Which-
already dead before we got here, so...
Yeah, that's
So
a
don't
thing.
care
They probably
anymore.
they were probably one of the first being caught out. So also
So-
we should.
Fee is willing to speak on like trying to like rally the town as kind of better idea, but before she does, she has a question.
Hey,
What the fuck happened? Essentially. Not quite her exact words, but that's basically what she's asking.
The long story short is that there was an ancient pact that was broken, and we've mended it.
She's gonna need more than that.
I don't understand it myself. I just did the legwork.
Well,
Or
where's
lab work, technically.
where's the Lord and Lady?
well,
Well, the Lord died to this end, and the lady escaped with her life and her
Wow.
daughter.
And why's Rylan here?
Rylan is back at the manor, alive and well.
Why is he still here?
mostly well. Why is
because
he
he
still
was
here?
with his father at the time.
Because he was working with his father to repair the pact, and his father fell. And it was up to him to fix this.
Hey,
Hmm.
Torruun hasn't lied this entire time.
I mean, he didn't really stay because of that reason. He wasn't really working with Verdun.
Do we actually know that? Or is this the truth as Torruun knows it?
I mean, Torruun definitively knows Ryan, and there has not been
Yeah.
with Verdun.
Although Torruun is,
Although
Torruun is
he-
fairly certain that Verdun was getting Rylan and was killed along the way, and he was in fact trying to fix this.
But it does.
and
it does
Rylan
sound like,
did end up fixing it.
it does sound like though you are trying to bend the truth slightly.
Ever so slightly.
Which
Very
bending-
minor check.
Which bending the rules, well, it is a minor check, so the things are in your favor. Sounds like it's a bluff-related check.
Against
14.
Fee.
Well,
Actually, that'd be 15. Polypurpose Panacea.
Fee's
There's
best
no way
skill
Torruun is talking to her without it.
Fee's best skill is diplomacy, not Fled's motive. But we'll see how much she actually believes you.
Plus, it is only a minor bending of the truth, so
Yes, with her modifier applied for such.
Yeah.
oh good.
He can see no lie, apparently.
At least now that she is...
Satisfied.
She will accept it as a plausible answer. And she will then move on to, essentially trying to rally the town.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to help
Meanwhile-
with the speech?
But
Uh,
no, I'm getting Gerard to get drinks.
Yeah,
I'm making fireworks.
Jortess is
I'm-
getting
I'm
fair
going
on
to be
for
telling
entertainment.
I'm going to be telling Fia about my plan to just have this inspiring sort of speech about surviving against, the harshest cold, surviving against the worst the Eyrie has to throw at them. And I'm going to shoot off 2 fireworks, one in either direction, and at the climax of the speech. And
Well,
Spectacularity.
it's certainly not easy.
Come on, there's booze and scantily clad women here. or maybe not so scantily clad in the snow.
It's okay, Jortess is scantily clad.
They're scantily
If
clad
that's
to
what you want, Sarah, you only have to ask.
Ugh, I regret everything I've ever done.
In one sentence, Jortess makes Sarah question all of her life choices that have led to this moment.
Time for the existential crisis.
Well,
It's a
And now
skill.
we discover Sarah's supervillain entrance story.
well, I have good news.
He only gets a minor revolt.
Well, there currently is no revolt, so that's something.
Good. Here's hoping Fee can. I wonder if he can also help us sort of spread rumors about the town that the Einsburns helped fix this. They did not cause it.
Yeah.
Fee can try, but there is a limit to people willing to.
And for the love of Christ, do not tell people that the Ironsburns are missing. Just play off that they're recovering after all of their ordeals and are just indisposed.
It won't take long before people find out, because once the servants start coming back to their job,
Yeah.
and it will spread.
Then I will pay for their silence.
It's such a tight-knit community, it's basically impossible to keep a secret like that very long.
This is basically high school.
If I have to pay for their silence, I will.
Pretty much everyone knows everyone, so it's not... You can't just pay someone for their silence, because chances are someone... They'll find out somehow.
Yeah.
I don't mean to alarm you, Torruun, but you're not in exactly the state to pay for people's silence.
I still have 100 gold left to my name.
Don't worry. It's fine. It's... Well...
Besides, we should be leaving very, very soon.
Everyone, get off the table.
We really should.
We have...
So, the time will pass as everything is put back into working order. Do you give the same story, by the way, to the captain of the guard, who is currently sick and ill and injured? But...
Oh,
he lived.
what
He
happened
lived.
to him?
As I said,
told ya.
Good old Karn.
As I said, all NPCs survived their staying alive rolls,
Oh dear crap. Cardin
Despite
probably
the
had the
fact-
worst time.
despite the fact that Cardin required a 16 plus on the die to do it.
Hooray, Garden.
How the hell are you alive?
Don't even know him.
He's a
He's
tough old git.
He is limping slightly right now with a cane. He'll get better.
Hey, he's one of the toughest bastards I've ever seen.
Well, funny enough, one of the people with the lowest chance of dying was actually Yoland the Scarred, the half-orc who just resists sticking him all day.
Yeah, that is entirely true. He is literally made of iron at this point.
He actually has natural DR.
Yeah.
He's one of the few people that half orcs and orcs are one of the few races the dwarves are actually. They're the only ones who can contest them in their toughness. So.
He had one of the lowest
surprised
chance
if he
of
was
dying.
dying.
Like it's totally possible if Siesta's disaster went off that it killed all NPCs but Yoland. That's totally possible that could have happened.
Gotta be kidding me.
It was possible.
Well, it didn't. So.
Yoland had so many bonuses on his side. Killing him is possible, but it would basically require him rolling like a 1 or a 2, I think.
Yeah, just like after all of this blows over and everyone's dead, the only thing left in White Marsh are just bees and bees and bees and
And Yoland with a new wolfskin pelt. A new wolfskin coat.
I like to imagine that after this blows over, he just sort of walks out of his house with a cup of coffee, looks around at the burning town, scoffs a bit, and walks back in his house.
Smoke better not mess with me bees.
Oh,
your
that-
burnt out homes will make excellent hives.
So he turns the entire town into massive beehives.
And this is how the city of Beemarsh was born.
Yep.
It is now home. It's now home to one of the largest giant bee farms in the country.
And
One
this
of the
is when
only
some
ones
druid,
in the frigid cold.
and this is when some druid comes
And
along.
the town is re-established as a honey exporting town.
This is when,
Yeah,
this is when some,
him and Ferris are the only ones to survive, and
I'm just saying,
Ferris
I'm
just
just saying this,
starts drawing giant bees to the town.
I'm just saying this is when a vivisectionist arrives and does both does hideous transformation of anthropomorphism and awaken on the queen.
Oh,
I want to be a giant flamingo.
no.
Okay.
Don't
But-
need giant humanoid bees.
The group can reconvene after 5 days of essentially crowd control and the speech going off.
Oh, please
Mhm.
let Sideline do crowd control. Stand down, civilian!
No,
No.
that wrong line
No.
of control.
Big B, this isn't. Or not Big B, goddammit. Sideline, this isn't America.
Aw.
Peasants, well, depending on which peasant you are, it depends on how upset you are. Some people are significantly upset, most notably some of the people who filled those granaries.
Yeah, we know, it's... However, it was a needed sacrifice.
For now,
Need
though,
Need
the
to
town,
bribe big wolves.
for
I
now, though, the
can,
town, for now,
I
though, the
could
town is in
donate
your favor.
100 gold to the town for them to try and, attract
Purchase
a caravan to
supplies.
bring in more food.
You could do so if you wanted.
That would be good.
Um,
Here, I'll donate a good 200 as well.
okay.
Well, no, I don't have 200. I have 120.
Okay, so 120 plus 100.
Yeah, there goes all my plat, but that's alright.
Well, I'm skint.
I mean, Ryland has a 250 gold pocket watch that he could do something with if he wanted.
You need to find a merchant willing to buy a pocket watch right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he probably doesn't want to give it up, but...
It is a nice
Yeah.
pocket watch.
Uh-huh.
Another good thing is we do have research that we brought back for Renan and Ryland now.
Yes, you may. As I said, though, you'll all kind of convene at a kind of a meeting a few days later once the crowd control is settled a bit and the town is semi-stable, kind of stable. It's not going to internally implode.
No, but
Yet.
it's going to take a lot of work.
No
by
matter
Fee
no matter
and
what
the others.
happens, the town itself will continue, and that's the important thing, right?
Yeah.
Also, I just want to know like how the NPCs are. Look how the PCs and NPCs are arranged.
Yeah.
All in chairs.
I'm the head of a table.
Ryland,
Of course you are, dear. Pat, pat.
You're at the foot of the table.
Oh my god, Jortess, what happened to your arm? It was ridiculously long.
Remind me to get like touch of combustion, just so that the next time he touches me, it just like bursts into flames.
You know, you could also pick the aberrant bloodline sometime and have 10-foot reach.
That's scary. Yes. Looks about right. That's where everyone likes each other, except Terran's not next to Rylan. It's next to Torruun.
I suppose this way around works. Oops.
Actually, it would probably be for Sideline, it would probably be like this.
We're next to the dwarf now.
Nobody
No,
wants
he's
to
not.
sit next to. Nobody wants. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say poor Sarah. Nobody wants to sit next to her.
Come over here and say that. Telekinetic volley
She
plates at you.
won't let me near her anymore.
Yes.
For good reason.
I have no idea why.
I have a guess.
Hey, either way. Alright, yes, we have many things to discuss. Specifically where we're going now.
North. No.
If we're going places.
Hi, servant.
You know, consider there are servants around helping you, serving.
Do we actually know where Lady Einsburn is, where she was going?
No.
If I had to wager a guess, possibly Castle Black.
Probably, that would be where, of all the
I-
places to go for protection,
I
that would be
Renan-
one of
feel like we should make sure she's still alive.
Renan somehow doubts this.
Somehow I doubt this as well.
He did some investigation.
Hey,
Oh.
I'll join cover then.
The town has a habit of...
Servants, this is private matter. Would you leave us? We can serve ourselves.
Good. Yeah, make sure they're out.
Like you tell the servants to leave, it's like, oh, I can leave. Do you want the elven priestess to leave, or... Because she's somewhere in the room.
No, she's already neck deep into this plot. She may as well stay.
Okay.
And she might have some insight to throw in as well.
She's an honorary member.
Well, you'll be informed that actually combining her aid with the elven priestess, his aid with the elven priestess, kind of discussing, Brennan was, kind of about, like the tunnel that they would have had to go down. The way that led... It wasn't heading north towards Castle Black.
South?
It's heading very far west.
What is west again?
Very
West
little.
is the that's just the sea.
Maybe she's a siren?
No.
There is
What?
there is a large amount of hilly mountains to the west, which then go over to the sea afterwards.
Hey, it's odd.
It's possible they either have a hideout in the mountains or some sort of boats that moored in the on the coastline, which they could be going for.
Possibly, but...
So just because they're initially
Also-
heading west.
Also, something which Ryan will point out, because he was checking through everything, the town's basic treasury is gone.
No. Oh, shit.
Is that so?
She took the money and run.
He managed to scavenge together a grand total of about 150 gold pieces from everything.
Wow.
Well then. So, you think...
Most of that was from his own room.
Hey,
Time to pull off a crusade.
It says something when a noble house is down to like 150 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So then... Seems... a bit odd.
Like, it
But she
also
would
points
just-
out, like, taking that much money, that is something that take a while to do.
Hey.
It takes a while to gather that much money together.
She was a very solitary woman.
Well, hopefully she took it, and it's not just been robbed by random peasants.
Well then,
With the wolves and the dragons and everything, I doubt that's a big lady. I doubt the peasants would have come in here to rob it.
No, they couldn't get in. Remember, the gates were locked, and
Exactly.
the only people that could reasonably climb over are me or...
Well, as far as we're
Exactly.
aware, I mean, it's not exactly out of the question that someone other than us can climb. Other people have hands.
Okay,
Aye, but I'm
if-
specially... I'm specially trained in climbing the frozen walls.
And
I
if
have a ring
we,
to help with climb.
even if we did assume the peasants came in and took the gold, where is it? They couldn't have taken it out of the city and spent it or whatever, because the wolves would have killed them.
Exactly. So, right now, the only lead we have is that tunnel.
well, we could go investigate that. I mean,
I
right-
feel like the more pressing matter is the raising of Verdun.
yes, that is really pressing, but we don't have the money for such an act.
We
Aye.
do have the money.
We do?
How so?
Yes. Does no one here but me remember the massive amount of loot that we stole from the
Which
freaking...
Verdun was going to be
It's
paying
not
us for.
Exactly. That's all
It's
research
still
equipment.
worth
It's
a significant amount.
to collectors only. Which the only collectors
the
we know of are Verdun.
It's still gold.
No, none of it was gold. It was all books and tomes and such.
I thought it was actually relic coins is what it was.
Some of it was, I think.
A large portion of it was relic coins.
Well, if
And
you
how
can
much-
find
how
someone
much,
willing
like,
to buy them, then sure, let's trade them in for the
I don't
money.
know.
But
Rylan?
How
I
much
mean-
actually was it?
A lot.
yeah, it was like 10,000 gold's worth if we sold it where we were, I think.
It's 10,000 gold to a collector, I believe.
Yeah. Rylan, I mean, you were involved with family business, I imagine.
There's a
Would you
grand total of like 105 gold here, so
Well, no,
we've just
I mean,
been over that.
I know, but I mean, as like, maybe perhaps you know some collectors? I mean,
His
family
father,
business and all that.
his father did most of it. I mean,
Well, he has to have books with contacts and things, right?
No?
there
Well,
was.
Coins.
Sadly, we burnt it
was.
to keep warm.
No, it just happens to be that, like, most of like the books that had like the stewardship in them and all that is all gone.
It was all part of the treasury.
Kidding.
Yeah,
Hey,
taken with the gold, probably.
The other thing which something Relicton will bring up also, he was looking through, is most of Lady Elizabeth's stuff is gone. Like her stuff specifically, most of it is gone. Same with Liliana's, most of it is just gone, as if they actually had enough time to pack and go.
yes, I have a bad feeling about this if that's the case. Though I don't know why they wouldn't. They would take Rylan,
Well,
wouldn't
why
they?
Well, there was that Rakshasa that was impersonating him.
Exactly.
Oh.
So at this point, from the sound of it, Lady Elizabeth, Liliana, and the imposter Rylan have traveled far to the west in a tunnel underground, carrying with them the massive treasury of the Einsburns estate.
Hmm. God damn it, I hate shapeshifters.
Hey.
Pushes into a corner of a fact
All
that
right.
Sarah has the word obsession.
All right. If you're gonna want my professional advice, we should leave Licton. You should stay here. Make sure you maintain order in the city while we go to get the resurrection done. We
But we also need to find We're going to need to find someone who. One, we're going to need to find someone who's guaranteed to be able to resurrect him. Two, we're also going to need to find someone to buy the coinage so that we can get the money for the service.
For the resurrection, didn't we know? Hold on, I was wrote down somewhere.
Yeah, it's far to the south, or we can go north, where it's equally about as far a distance, but it's.
No, it's a shorter distance north.
It's
the
just
first
more
one is
dangerous.
north.
There's the Brightmoon Cathedral in the city of Essenpool, where someone probably could do it.
It's a significantly shorter distance north, but it's dangerous.
North wasn't North also just not resurrection, but reincarnate.
No, there was a
There's a
resurrection.
cleric.
Yeah, they have raised
Oh,
it.
what? Okay, good.
What we
Speaking of which,
thing is, if we go south, we're more likely to find a collector. I feel. Maybe someone we know might know someone.
actually, we also have another thing.
Oh.
Thorok is going to nod to the priestess. Priestess Utala. You said that you and your group were hired. Where do you come from?
And something which I'd also just prepared for you was this.
Good. The priestess of Lunera and home. Where is that? South.
It's actually to the west.
To the west, you say?
Galeria is actually essentially a large set of island chains.
Ah, okay. So in other words, for them to get back home, they've got to find a boat
Yes.
or someone to teleport them.
Yes.
which, honestly, if she's a cleric of Lunera, they could probably do with. If they went to find another cleric, they could probably get them to transport them back.
Yeah, just because the name of her city as well.
It's not a place we have seen yet.
It is
So,
not.
ooh, special new land. But better we haven't really seen the Sky City Lever City.
It's true.
Also,
But
since she's a.
But it is relevant for me to include that,
Yeah.
include her profile here, because you do know about her.
Also, ooh, she's a priestess of Lunera, meaning she probably holds at least a little bit of sway at the Grand Cathedral. Well, maybe not like
Not really.
sway personally, but
Not really.
but they're more likely to trust another priestess than they are random
Trust?
people walking.
Trust, yes, but it's not really about trust when it comes to resurrections.
It's about the big
I guess that's
cash.
true.
They still have to give an offering, and they still have to, even if they're more inclined to believe like this is a worthy resurrection.
Hmm.
Resurrections are not like simple things you like hand wave.
Yeah.
No,
Still.
but this man did die trying to, save the town and his family.
A lot of people die trying to save their town and family. They're called guards.
Ooh, but we don't have money.
It is something true though to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but guards don't typically have enough money to resurrect themselves, and that's their problem.
Well, neither does the Lord.
No, but we can get that. We have a way. We have the technology.
I'm going to risk sounding really cold here, but if we spend another month or two heading down there to try and get resurrected to come back up, Elizabeth and Liliana are gone. We are not ever going to find them again.
Probably.
I agree.
Hold on.
Listen,
Where's
we
that
would be
cauldron,
running
like-
to play catch up the entire time if we were going after Liliana and Elizabeth.
And
At
who?
least there's a
And
The
who?
fact
chance
of the
to
matter,
catch
the
them.
fact of the matter is that they could have turned at any point in time and gone a completely different direction and might be attempting to throw us on for a loop. We could never find them potentially. It's entirely possible.
Yeah, but there's a chance at the moment. If we spend another month just letting any sort of trail go colder and colder, there's absolutely no chance of ever finding them.
Right, and
I mean, by all
suppose
means-
just letting this. Right, and I suppose just letting this town fall to some random Pontius noble is going to be a better idea. To just let
There's-
someone who has no idea what goes on here or how to run things here
It's
is
not going
a better
to.
idea.
You forget, there must always be an Einsburn ruling White Marsh. There always has, and there should always be.
Licton is now going to inject his very cynical comment.
Damn it, Licton.
Officially by law, since the old lord never declared for some reason a heir, officially this town now has no ruler of any kind, and its decreed ownership returns now to the jarl, which means it is completely up to the jarl who it goes to, and he's under no obligation on who to give it to.
Plus,
Is this...
Yatala brings up a good point. Verda might not even be able to come back, even if the ritual was a success, and even if he was, that doesn't automatically give him right to the land again. It'll take at least 2 months to get there and back, and in that time, there will have been a new lord put in place here.
Even if we went to the north, we're still weeks off of that.
Licton, what happens when an old ruler returns to their place to reinstate themselves? Do they automatically get it back, or what's going on? What happens there?
It would
Then proof.
It would depend on a few things. One of which would be how long has he been gone for? More specifically, though, in relation to, well, if the Jarl has elected a new person to rule and he has been proven he has been dead or absent long enough for them to do an election or a decree, depends how he plans on doing it.
It won't matter, will it?
Once a new one's been declared, there's pretty much nothing that can be done.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for bringing him back, but there's more things to consider here.
And even if we do bring him back, which I still feel we should probably do, it's very unlikely he's going to be part of this, be the ruler of this town anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, Priestess, you told her, as she noted, kind of has to point out he might not be strong. His soul might just not be strong enough to come back through the veil.
Aye, that is also true.
She does not know him well enough to be able to judge if he had enough strength in life left.
Well,
would any of us be able to make that judgment?
Would any of you be able to make that judgment? That's a good question.
I mean, I have knowledge religion trained, and I knew Verdun pretty well.
I worked with him for a while, though Torruun would know him better, probably.
Let's see. What backgrounds did you guys have?
Academic partner here.
Okay.
Town hero into research partner, yeah.
Okay, and then the two of you
Would
had...
my knowledge of the royalty actually make a difference? Because the royal blood runs strong in this family.
Not directly. I feel Jortess would be the one who would have the most link here.
Oh, shit.
To work with here, considering you were solely orbiting him as a researcher, and out of all the traits, he took the most interest in the researcher trait.
Yay.
So, Jortess, how good are you at sensing one's character, for example?
I'm good at sense motive. Or reasonable at it.
You know, the first skill check that I'll ask for this would be, sense motive.
26.
Okay. He will need the support of someone religious who knew more on the subject.
I'm pretty good at religion. I have a +9 in it.
That's
oh
my-
my god, never mind.
There you go.
Oh.
Excuse me, I happen to know an awful lot about Numera, or Lunera.
Oh, you know about both of them. They're both relevant.
I actually have a higher religion score than you, but oh well.
You did nat 20.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm allowing that.
Eat that
Makes sense.
motherfucker.
Okay.
Well,
I
he
knew
does
him
also have his
better.
nanite
I knew
surge.
him better. It was more appropriate that I make the check.
So you didn't really know that much about him.
Yep.
You didn't ever actually meet him while he was alive.
True.
Or
Hey.
speak to him at all.
Let's see, Renan can also check something. Well, kind of judging and kind of answering the priestess's questions, and you can probably tell before you even finish giving all the answers that you can slowly see her expression slowly dampen as going along. As the questions aren't giving quite back the answer she's looking for. Well, it's not impossible. It's from what you've been able to tell me. It does not sound like he had that much will of life left. Is research the only thing binding him to stay?
So we need to hit him with a book.
Not
Or-
quite. He's sort
No,
of-
but his final moments were to, save his town and family. He had more strength of will than just his research.
perhaps, though we don't know for sure.
If
Most of his time and effort was, from the way you explained it, stuck with him just poring over books and tablets and not focusing on life, but focusing on that have already gone. Not the best trait for trying to come back.
Let this be a lesson to you, Sarah. Don't bury yourself in books. Come live a little.
I don't bury myself in books.
It's most notably
That
also the
would be
fact
me,
that
Jortess.
it's also most notably one of the facts.
I know.
One of his major focuses was focusing on the past, not the present.
Mm-hmm.
The past is
Which,
the focusing on the past is not the best thing for coming back.
yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of need the strength to live in the present or the future.
Something that we could do is, I know that there is a spell known as Speak with Dead. We could just ask him or his corpse or whoever it actually asks.
They only speak with dead only asks them questions which they knew in life. It's hard to say if they would even know how they would feel in death.
Well, he would remember everything up until he died, so...
It's true. Just we cannot guarantee if... Well... We cannot necessarily guarantee that his answers would be the same as they would be now, considering he has now witnessed the other side.
I've seen the
that's
other
also
side.
possible.
From what I can
Well,
remember,
you're
I
not-
can honestly say I didn't want to come back.
Very few do.
Is
Although
this spell...
it's all just a blur. I can only remember feelings, thoughts. I can't remember anything else really.
You are among the living. The living are not supposed to know what Avalon is like.
Is this spell something you'd be capable and willing of performing, Priestess?
If you were wishing for a Speak with Dead, I could perform such.
I doubt it will actually help.
I am sworn to your service.
I doubt it will actually help, though I have to have faith in the actual bloodline of the Iceburns that will actually enable him to come back.
That, and I know one or two things about the Ironburn blood that I'm sure, as you all witnessed, is made of sterner stuff than normal people.
Rylan frowns.
What? It was a compliment.
Because while this all may be true, Sideline turns to Rylan, you're one of the last remaining bloodlines of the old Empire. That's not something to be taken lightly. We didn't just reverend people for purple eyes just because they had purple eyes. There was something there. There was more to them. Whether that can be awakened in you or hasn't been awakened in him, I'm not sure. Though the blood will actually bring him back, I'm sure of it.
And I owe this family more than I could ever hope to repay with my life. If I could bring him back, that would be a step in the right direction. I'm rather obligated to try.
And of course, other things not necessarily helping his argument was, I mean, he wasn't old, but he was, he wasn't young anymore. So it doesn't help his argument.
I still want to try.
Then we better find a collector of some kind. A good place that we might be able to stop is... Perhaps someone in my family may know.
That is completely in the wrong direction from what I've heard.
No, it is not.
We
You've
need to
been
be
asleep
heading-
for 1,000 years.
Kind of is.
No, remember our raised dead person is up to the north.
Well, yeah,
Well,
if you want to go up to the highly dangerous area, yeah.
It's either that or spend an incredibly long amount of time going back south.
I know. I'm just saying, there's kind of a reason we didn't try that with Lyle.
Other than the fact that we didn't have the money?
We didn't have the resources. We do potentially have the resources now. And if
Also, Lyle couldn't have
we
been brought
if
back
we didn't
for his
have
dead.
to,
I know we didn't have the resources. I'm just saying there was reasons aside from that.
Thorok, does your family carry any interest like the Iceburns did in the ancient relics?
If Mictlan is known for their magical creations, we are enchanters and crafters of those by trade. While they may not be interested in them for their historical benefit, Mictlan would possibly be greatly appreciative of them for any sort of like magical benefit or researchal benefit that they might have.
Mm. Well, if that's the case, some of the books that we found in that tomb I can help translate for your family to maybe provide some magical insight that you may be lacking.
And even if anyone in my clan aren't actually interested in it, who knows? Maybe one of them has a contact of their own that might be interested.
Maybe you have a favor to pull, or something.
That is unlikely, but not impossible. Hey, either way, we've got to find some. If we're going to resurrect Vernon, then we're going to need to at the very least find someone who is willing to purchase these relics.
So north it is then.
The only people I know are south. Apparently Thorok knows someone who might up north.
I know the possibility.
Yeah? What is it? Someone's knocking.
My lords, it's one of the servants calls through.
Yes.
Something, a bird has arrived with a letter attached.
Bring it in.
The servant enters with a clearly very nervous, as there is a rather large bird stuck to her.
Why is there a large bird?
Is this one of yours, Siesta?
That's a pretty
No,
large bird.
This certainly is not. Normally, so Siesta just has like ravens and that kind of stuff around her.
Yeah.
Crows. And those are common enough for sending. This is a falcon.
Wait, a falcon? Wait,
Oh,
who is the
dear.
letter addressed? Who's
Color.
the letter addressed to?
The letter says it is currently addressed to His Lordship of Whitemarsh.
Right now, that would be Ryland.
At the moment, as far as we know, yes.
She kind of goes around like very nervous because she's kind of got a pretty huge freaking bird attached to her. Who's kind of like not getting off. Like
It's okay. It's a nice bird.
letter.
Sarah will pet the bird.
Siesta kind of sighs slightly and will go off with the servant and try to help her calm down and try and get the bird to detach itself from her.
There should be a rookery, considering the.
There, yes,
Lady
that was Lady Einsburn maintained it for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to take some time to get back together, but it's something that can be done. But the house doesn't keep falcons normally.
No.
As Ryland's
Anyway.
going to open up the letter and start to read it to himself. I don't know if Sarah's trying to like look over her shoulder at it.
No, she's trying to pet the bird. Oh no, she left.
And she left.
Okay.
Bird is gone.
Birdie,
Sure.
no.
Sarah cries slightly. No. She'll give him privacy.
Just
and
breaks down
back.
sobbing.
Your tears fall over the letter, smudging the ink.
Fun fact, for some reason today one of my eyes keeps crying while the other is just like completely fine. But yes, Sarah will give Rylan his privacy.
Ryland reads it. His eyes kind of dart back up at him, so like he's rereading it. And then
So what's it say?
he just takes a moment. As clear, like, the content of the letter clearly, like, you know, he kind of takes them in for a second, like, churns through what this actually means, whatever he just read. And then almost in frustration, whacks over the goblet in front of him, like, flies into Licton. And just gets up, throwing the letter to the side.
Okay, not a good letter then.
Slamming the door on the way out. Just ignoring all of you.
Hey.
As Licton just kind of wipes the beverage off his face.
Torruun just walks over and goes and picks up the letter. What does it say?
You wish to unfold it again and read the letter?
Mm-hmm.
The letter is addressed to his lordship. One sec, actually. Is addressed to his lordship, Burden Halus Ren Einsburn, the Count of Whitemarsh, scholar of the ancient empire, and lord of his domain. The Jarl of the North has decreed a banquet and has invited all of his direct subjects, lords, ladies, counts, and dukes, to come to his great hall at the dawn of spring.
Oh dear crap, really?
It's fall right now, so
Mm-hmm.
So we have 3 months to possibly revive him.
yeah.
If you wanted to keep this hidden, yeah, that's your maximum duration you've got. Because you're not hiding the fact he's dead when the banquet comes. That's one if you want to impersonate him.
I was gonna suggest that he was doing a sudden, show of the accomplishments he's had by sending an old Empire robot over in his place. He's very busy currently, and
That never worked.
That is not going to work.
that would be awesome, though. I'm not
It
saying
would
that in
be.
person. I'm not saying that in character.
Either way.
Licton just kind of like rubs his temples slightly.
So
Of course.
lovely. This means that if we have any chance of keeping the Einsburn estate in the hands of the Einsburns, which considering everything here we would very much want to, we have to act now.
Yes, you have 2 choices. Either you can get the Lord back, or secondly, we have to fight for Rhineland to get it. Rhineland to inherit it.
North it is.
We have time if we go south, if we hurry.
But will we find a collector?
No unnecessary stuff. Yes, we have the time to find a collector. As long as we don't make any unnecessary stops, we don't screw around, we will have to, unfortunately, not play hero if we see anyone under duress. We would have no time to waste.
Ugh.
And then there's the fact that what if he doesn't come back?
It'll put us in a position. It'll put us in a position where we can't fight for Rhineland to take the power. If we go north, we'll still have time left over, and if it doesn't go right, we have time to work on that.
Yeah, but we might not have, everything we need to pay for the resurrection. I mean, God's willing, they would take us up on their good graces and allow us to just simply pay what we can and then the rest later as soon as we can. But people don't work like that.
I don't know. Unless we can find some kind of alternative to if we're going north or going south.
There is very little to be done. We have one of those choices if we're going to get Verdun back.
Yes.
I take no preference which we do. Either one works for me.
It's not really us with stuff on the line, though.
Currently the only standing royal that has dominion over my actions and rulings is dead. I think I have to work towards reviving him. Either of the actions that we do, going south or north, doesn't matter to me. Both have their advantages, both have their disadvantages. However, Thorok, if you can guarantee that you have a seller or a buyer.
I cannot guarantee it. I can guarantee that at the very least my family may want them for their for the coins for their at least metallic properties and things like that. The problem, Licton, is I think there may be something going on more than just having Verdun as a ruler.
There are more than just that reason that I want to bring Verdun back, Licton. Even if we can't reinstate him as a ruler, Verdun is still very valuable in much of we have been trying to accomplish. I'm not sure how much, they've been telling you about precisely what our goals are, but we've been tracking down these ancient
He understands.
Yeah.
He understands it fully. He interrogated Brennan.
Yeah, okay. But still, my point is he's still invaluable.
And I get a good feeling that there's more about that than just all the research and what's going on now. I feel like there may be something.
Brennan's also going to point out, though, that White Marsh is also kind of invaluable. They study the resources, the ruins. There is more here than they could get access to scouring the country.
Exactly. This is much more important than it might seem at first glance.
I'm surprised nothing of this area comes up in my data logs. Very confused by that.
Well, you existed much further south. It's just quite possible that you just didn't need to know, so you didn't. It was not applicable to your situation.
Also, there's the fact that if you know about everything about this Licton, then that means you know that there may be something much bigger than us coming along.
Yes, and focusing on someone who is locked to his books may not be the best situation.
Except for the fact that whenever those books are every single one of them is related.
That sure.
They all may have
he might not have the ability to do the physical work that the rest of us do. He can still aid us greatly. He can study things. He has, the knowledge and experience to be able to make sense of so many of these things that while we're out gallivanting around, gathering more and doing what we can, he would be here making sense of everything that we're doing, making sense of everything that we've gathered. That is less time that we would have to spend to just research and look at these things, when that is time that we could be spending actually accomplishing stuff.
I'm not saying we need someone who's good at fighting. That's not what I'm asking for. Just someone who's focused only on scholarly efforts may not. let's just say I've had more experience with them being more interested in the studies than the practical problem.
And that's why we're here. We are at his practical side. But we can't do much about it if we don't know what we're practically going up against. I am not good with books. I can guarantee you that.
And while
I cannot
am,
remember
I
anything.
am much more useful in other situations.
We need someone like him and like Renan to help us with this.
Ronnie kind of looks over. It's difficult. We need both, really, but
Exactly, and that's why we're here. We are the practical side.
we also need. About the town, our research is basically nothing. There's no way we could get away with moving all of his research out of here.
Then I have a proposition. Licton. You want
Look.
someone who focuses on the practical problems of the town. Someone who isn't focused on their studies. You want an agent for him. You want someone who works well with the people, someone who knows how to deal with those kinds of things, which I will agree, Verdun probably isn't the best for that.
His wife handled everything.
Which, that's another thing. We're going to need to go find her. So,
Which I mentioned ages ago.
we're going to need to either find her or Liliana, either one.
Like,
They're
as
both very
important-
good at that.
As an important note, if Elizabeth returned, yeah, she'd automatically have claim on the town. You wouldn't really be able to dispute that. Be like, okay, his spouse, yeah, she can have it.
Which would buy us
problem-
time to resurrect
Verdun.
Verdun.
If Utala is willing to stay and keep Verdun's body ready for it.
She could, as she has sworn to your service until the current problem is dealt with, and the current problem seems to run a lot deeper than she expected.
Hey,
I apologize for that. I was expecting something slightly simpler than this.
Licton is also now going to bring something up. I have been doing my own searches, as much as I hate the mingling of politics that has, frankly, made my life a nightmare.
Welcome to life.
He just nods at you. I think the problems that you've sensed coming run much deeper than any of us originally knew.
So, the
Having
sound
a
of it, you're saying that something has been infiltrated itself in the government anyway.
yes, and having a voice, even a small one, would be a better start than if we lost the voice completely.
This lovely. I did what I did in my past to get away from this kind of crap.
You can never escape it. Everywhere is constrained by it. The priestess looked like she was
Not in a monastery up in the mountains.
Then why did you leave?
I did that to go help people. To go fight evil magic users.
Brennan kind of looks over.
I believe in Sarah's words, welcome to life.
Brennan kind of looks over. Isn't that what you're doing?
Hey!
Yes.
Hey, and that's why I'm also leaving all the political bullshit to all of you.
Licton kind of gives a look of, oh, thanks.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Like,
As
really
you can
wants to do
tell,
it.
I'm not exactly the friendliest dwarf in the
The
world.
I think if you guys start doing diplomatic intrigue, this is what you do. In a box.
Exactly, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You put neither of them at the diplomat's table.
Exactly.
Because neither of them are good at diplomacy. They're way too sour.
Hey, you know how it is, Licton.
I should probably go in that box too. Negative.
It's okay.
At the very least, you can interject logic with the studious types.
Yeah, at least, at least in
Just
your case,
leave the diplomacy up to Jortess.
At least in your case, also, Torruun, you're not as sour as those two.
Torruun's pretty sour.
You're not quite the knight in cynical armor.
Well,
You're right. I'm
not
the
either.
alchemist in cynical coat.
Or they sometimes
Well,
like
I'm not
refer-
either.
or
I'm
sometimes like refer-
practical.
They sometimes like to refer to Licton as the knight in lemon armor.
I remember you saying that actually.
Good old knights in sour armor. Either way,
Great.
we all know this. So another reason why we're going to need either Liliana back or Verdun
Liliana
or
doesn't have.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, it'd be Elizabeth. Liliana has no claim, no more than Roland does.
True, she may not have a claim, but at least she's good at talking to people.
She is good at talking to people. That's true. She is very
Much better at this.
She's a very good face.
She's much better at this intrigue stuff than we are.
She grew up dancing between the webs of nobles.
So we're at a crossroads here. Either we go find Liliana and Elizabeth, keep getting those two mixed up, out of character.
Right.
Either we find those two and find out where they went and how we're going to be able to get them back to help work with us on this, or we go and find a way to resurrect Verdun within the next 3 months. Both of them are very important, though from the sound of it, if we get Elizabeth back, it will help some things at least. It may solve both of the problems, in a way.
As noted, the only person who has any kind of claim would be Elizabeth right now.
We need White
While
Marsh.
she
We
is
are
alive, it sounds like
absolutely
she
need
might
it.
be less than helpful.
Aye, that's a big thing. I have a feeling that she may not be either who she seems to be, or, well,
I'm going to
But
be frank, and this
she-
does not leave this room. The entire mess that we've been in is more or less because of her direct action, my indirect action.
aye. Are you going to actually explain why this happened then? Now that it's come to light that it's much deeper than you thought.
Look, some of you, I appreciate your intelligence. Some of you are good at gathering information. Some of you just can't keep your hands out of things. So it was going to come to light eventually that Elizabeth headed a lot of this.
So then, Elizabeth is either a leader of, or is a Rakshasa, as you put it.
No, she isn't the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa, as well as I'm aware, might have been working for her at the time, with her trying to keep things under control and keep suspicion down, and help manipulate some things that needed to happen. But there is one thing. I've seen her when she came in defense of her children. I feared for my life. And I did not fear for my life when that giant winter wolf came crashing down overhead. I will gladly fight that big thing and know I'm going to die, than face her and her wrath. She would have brought that down upon the entirety of Castle Black and overturned every person and stone 5 times over in defense of her son. That is the kind of fire I have seen in her eyes. So I am just frankly completely unsure of where she stands or what she would do or why. I frankly don't understand.
Then why don't we find her and ask her?
Mostly because that seems like a bad idea,
Because
but
I'm
finding her
afraid
is a
of
great
the
idea.
answer, and I'm afraid of what that would do to Rylan, and I'm not sure how much he knows about what happened. I mean, what he's gone through, I can only imagine, but the portion of it that I went through, I don't know how much he actually knows, how much he might resent her. Or what she's going to do when she comes back.
If she comes back. Which she may not.
Lipton kind of looks over. That if what you're saying is true, and I hope it's not.
Well, I sincerely hope that I'm misunderstanding some things.
I hope so as well.
I'm going to admit, I dug into matters that were well beyond my right to dig into. As a result, I had found that compound underneath, that stonework and statues, place where I should not have been. I dug around, and when I found I could get no further, I attempted to make my way back, only to be stopped by the Rakshasa, who managed to down me fairly swiftly. And as a result, I was tortured for some time, and had information pried out of me. Then, when I had to make a choice, and at that time I decided there was no way I could continue to help Rylan and the Einsburns if I were dead. So I opted to have the Rakshasa scour my memory of everything that I had dug up in my endless curiosity. So I had made a deal with the Rakshasa for my own sake.
Really? That's it? You gave up some knowledge to keep yourself alive so that you could help someone that you cared about.
I'm not sure Rylan would see it that way. I don't know.
Oh, of course he wouldn't. He's a stupid kid.
Thorok, with all due respect, don't say that again. I said that about him once, and look what happened to White Marsh and everything around us. Don't say that again.
Look, either way, he's going to resent you. He's still a child. He's still developing. I don't know much about you humans and what you do, but I know that there are phases that dwarves go through. Much slower than you, I hope, but either way, I know what he's going to be thinking of you. In the future, he will look back, and he will gain wisdom from this.
Or he will do what I do when he was betrayed and hunted.
Then you're a moron for that.
Yeah, Thorok, coming from a point of introspection.
Came down on me. Do you know what I did? I shut out the world. I shut out its people. I stopped giving a damn. And that's what.
And would you say that was a?
He has stopped caring about people. He has stopped caring about the situation. His existence is bleak, and if it continues like this, he will make all of the same mistakes I did. And granted, he is not what I am, and he will not have to face the same trials and tribulations. It is a hollow existence.
Well, it seems you're at least trying to fix that now, aren't you?
After I don't know how many years I have broken, and this has broken me. This is not who I was. These are not the kinds of things I would normally subject myself to. But because of some extreme circumstances and things that have come to light, I have gained a better understanding of why I am here, why I am doing what I am doing, and why I suddenly give a damn about things again.
Well, good. Are you done ranting?
For now.
Good.
Priestess, how long do you think you can keep the body around?
I would need to be with it constantly, but I could keep it around, in theory, indefinitely.
Lovely. Do that. We're going west. Well, I correct that statement. I'm going west. You are welcome to join me.
Hey. Hey, I guess I will have to walk with you and deal with your constant racism.
I can respect that, actually. Welcome aboard, Dwarf.
Lichen would like to bring up one final minor concern if what Torruun is saying is true,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
which is, let's just say the hypothetical that she did, that what he's saying is true, and she actually betrayed everyone.
Mm-hmm. Let me guess, you're going to say that she's probably be tried for treason, aren't you?
No.
No. I'll execute her.
The thing is, if that's the case, she would fully well know that she's the next to inherit all of Whitemarsh.
Hey,
Yes.
so why would
That
she
is
leave?
true. And if she is the person who would inherit all of this, and is actually, in fact, the traitor, I'll execute her before she can inherit it all. I don't give a damn.
The point
No,
stands.
the point
The point
isn't that.
He's saying essentially, it's totally possible she might have known about this feast beforehand and might be planning to show up.
Possibly.
Okay. So
But
if
then
she
why would-
shows up, if she shows up at this feast beforehand and she claims Whitemarsh, that gives us the time to go get Verdant.
But we don't know
she
that for
is
sure.
Staking claim.
But we do not know that for sure, and also we have other problems as well. There are some problems in that theory. Why would she take the fortune? Why would she leave Whitemarsh? Why would she take Liliana?
Exactly. If she was
Because,
planning
like
to
I said-
reinstate herself as ruler, why would she take everything?
Why would she put this sort of...
If I were her, I would have done the same thing for 3 reasons. First reason, I took the only kid of mine that I know would have been okay and didn't know better about the greater situation and could be kept from all of this. As I'm sure we're all aware, Ryland is rather special and was prone to do these great things and possibly get himself killed. She's probably already accepted that much. Secondly, I would have taken the fortune because if Whitemarsh hadn't been saved and was destroyed, I would have still had my fortune. I could have made off somewhere else.
You know, that would actually be a good point if it wasn't for the fact that there's a massive section of ruins underneath the city that apparently she has a
Thirdly-
tunnel to the west for that she could easily come back to.
Thirdly, I haven't seen her be very interested in these ruins and their ramifications. She probably doesn't even completely understand them.
Then why did... But she knows that they're here.
She knows that they're
Yeah.
here.
So why would she take the fortune out of the ruins? What would be the point of that?
Because it's valuable?
She could just come back. She had a tunnel.
And everything above ground is going to be plagued by winter wolves and a dragon. Do you think anyone's going to be able to get in here to get to it?
Well, yeah, the tunnel. Yeah, it'd be
Exactly,
really
the
easy
tunnel
to
that
get.
she knows about. That she's
Exactly.
the one who travels down. She's the only one who knew about it until we found out right now.
Yeah, I'm
That-
just saying.
she-
If I were
these
her, I
ruins-
would have done the exact same thing. It's actually pretty reasonable.
Those ruins down there, they're like a dwarven stronghold. Nothing gets in from the outside unless you want it to. It takes
Yeah,
a lot
But
to punch through.
you know what isn't down there? Food.
No, but that's why she left.
Exactly. She took what she could get, which was significantly more than I thought, and made off how she could.
But that's... Why would she take the entirety of it in what could probably be... All of that was probably a cart full at least of money and other valuable things. Why bother carrying all that whenever you can just take about probably 100, 200 platinum pieces and live comfortably wherever you're going?
Because she's a noble, she doesn't want to just live comfortably. She wants to live in luxury.
You could live in luxury with 200 platinum pieces.
No, you can't.
And perhaps there's something else you're misconsidering. That remember how I said the web of politics I wanted to avoid so much has been getting darker? Perhaps she's involved with that a bit more. In which case, of course, she would take the fortune with her. She can still do stuff while she's waiting for this to blow over. Money is power.
Exactly. But we'll go find out eventually when we go west. I'm taking my dwarf and leaving.
Utala can keep Verdun's body fine for the indefinitely, so she says.
I mean, there is a limit. I mean, eventually she can't do it, but there's gonna be a while.
Eventually, but it is a very long time.
Eventually an elf dies of old age.
Yes, but that is the only thing that's limiting it. And if it's been a good few centuries, I think we have other problems at that point. I don't think we need to worry about it. I don't even think he could be resurrected because he would have technically died of old age at that point. Because either way,
I said she can effectively do it indefinitely, but not technically because
Yeah, the only lead to this we have is Liliana, not Elizabeth. Crap, every time.
I mean they're kind of related.
Yeah.
It's also a lot easier to say Liliana than Elizabeth in a
only slightly
accent.
related.
Yeah. Either way, Elizabeth is the only lead we have at the moment. Either we traipse off. Yes, resurrecting Verdun would be a great thing, and it would help with our future goals. But right now, what we need to know is Elizabeth. She's the wild card here. If we don't find her and find out what she's up to, then, well, who knows? Maybe resurrecting Verdun just means that he gets killed later on. We don't really have a time limit on Verdun being brought back. If Elizabeth plans to take power, then she's going to show up at the Jarl's feast anyway. Meaning that even that time limit isn't actually a time limit. However, the trail going cold on Elizabeth in her tunnel will go cold. As far as she knows,
I think this boils down to one question: how much does Rylan know? Because okay, so if he doesn't fully grasp the situation with Elizabeth, he still sees her as just his mother who had left. I don't know. I sincerely doubt he's not a stupid kid. But depending on that, he might just simply not want us to go find her, or hell, he might even want us to go find her and kill her, considering his current state.
At the moment, though, what Rylan wants with her isn't too much of an issue, if you don't mind me saying. We have other bigger things to worry about. Well, you may mind me saying, but I said it anyway. We still have other bigger things to worry about. You remember what happened back down there in those ruins. You're the one who... You or Rylan were the one who told me about it.
Yes, I remember. I know perfectly well what's going on. But that still comes down to the fact of we still need someone. we still
Yes, we
need a firm handle on things. We still need somewhere that we can actually sit down and take care of some of these things that aren't just running around, just gathering random bits and pieces and trying to make sense of it.
That's why if it's why if Elizabeth isn't completely corrupt, that's why we're getting her. And if she is, she's being executed, and then we'll worry about, well, resurrecting
If
the
you
Lord.
want, then you can take his body and go resurrect him yourself. I'm going with the robot over here, and I'm going to track down Elizabeth.
If I trusted you to be able to do that, I would. But
And follow
unfortunately,
us.
I'm thinking I'm going to be forced to. Just if
Good.
nothing else, to keep Sideline from shooting her in the damn face, and we are trying to be non-lethal.
Oh no!
Well-
If she's only done minor things, I won't worry about it.
Big burp. But
I'm not. If she is, I won't shoot her in the face. If you want me to take that honor, I will not, as you hold that jurisdiction over me.
all right, then I am going to express that jurisdiction right the hell now,
Done.
because I could still be wrong. I was wrong about a lot of things. If I am wrong about this, then that means that she was just trying to save what she could.
All
and
the more
had to cut
reason
her
to go after her
losses.
now.
Yes.
Because, like I said, I hold out some hope, and the gods only know why. I can only imagine that Ryland's been a bad influence on me. That because of the sheer ferocity I've seen her in defending her children, that I am misunderstanding this situation, and that she cares more about it than it would seem on the surface.
Good then. So we're going to find her then.
That's
Also-
what it seems like.
Also, it may also be possible that the Rakshasa had betrayed her, because you do remember that halfling that, well, actually, Utala, did you know much about that halfling?
He hired us. He was our employer.
And that's it? No, nothing else, just, what was he like?
That's
Anything like that?
That's something that I'm sincerely hoping.
I know little more. He loved his coin.
Okay, so greedy, that's not too helpful right now.
But other than that, he didn't really talk too much about his personal life, just that we have a job to do.
Nothing more, just job to do. No other like what his actions were like. What he wasn't unnecessarily cruel. He wasn't
Not particularly.
just get the job done.
I had no
I
reason.
can't describe how cruel the Rakshasa was.
I had no reason to believe that he was doing anything wrong.
You know,
He just
well,
told.
You were mercenaries paid to do a job.
Well, I can respect that. But beside the point, we're talking. We could be walking. Let's go west.
No, we need
Look, Sideline,
a
I'm
little
going
bit
to.
of time to prepare.
Hey, I'm going to go
I'm
with
not
you, but
arguing that I'm not arguing that we will go west. What I'm arguing is we just need a day or two.
Well,
I'll agree with that. I have things to do, people to see, and well, I need to meditate a little bit more on everything that's going on.
well, I'll be eating toast if you need me. I'm ready to go whenever.
You may want to prepare by making more bullets or whatever you do.
Oh, I can do that on my free time. Toast is priority.
Well, this is free time.
I don't know. I see toast right now.
Just let the man have his toast.
Fine. I don't know why he likes it so much, but now well.
Probably a glitch in my programming. I don't know.
Either way, just go on. Go get your toast.
Toast. Well, wait. Sideline just gathers a bunch of toast. I need to go check on something first. He quickly leaves.
Priestess looks back and forth between, or who are clearly clearly the people in charge here. Do you require more of my services for today?
Not today, I don't think. Although I may need your help on some guidance so that I don't slip and attempt to do something stupid to somebody.
Understood. If you require me, I should be meditating in the old art gallery.
Alright. Probably be seeing you sooner rather than later.
As the priestess will in fact leave to, well, go meditate, as she does generally when she's not doing anything else. Was I just saying? Sarah is best snowball fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
She does have spells on her side.
A second
Of
level
course
spell
she
beats
is.
someone with hands.
I don't know, have you ever seen a monk with flurry of snowballs?
Jortess,
Jortess isn't a monk.
can you roll me a diplomacy check?
I can. I believe I am actually trained in this.
You are trained in it.
Balls.
Too bad you rolled horribly.
Rolled a 4.
That's horribly.
It's actually kind of average for me.
9 or below is bad. 4 or below is horrible.
Well, you failed a 6+, so that's pretty sad, actually.
Yeah.
Sideline.
Hmm?
Rylan throws a snowball and knocks your toast off your plate.
Oh, I was gonna do that.
Sideline left eye twitches a bit. I suddenly... no, he wouldn't do that.
Yes, please don't shoot Rylan.
I have salt rounds.
No, that does not make it better.
And Rylan's kind of just looking at you like, what are you going to do?
I imagine Silence could just like pick up the snowball, look at Riley and go, can't do it. Physically can't do it. As much as I want to, I can't.
Don't worry, I'll do it for you. Snowballs, Rylan.
Thank you.
Sideline.
Yeah?
You point at Jortess. Snowball.
Sideline picks up a snowball. Crafters fortunes it, so it's the most perfect snowball you've ever seen in your life. In every single regard of the term. I would say this is a masterwork snowball.
Oh, God damn it.
I will grant you the Masterwork Snowball.
I'll be right back. Blap!
By 1. You hit by 1.
No, I would argue a snowball is touch AC because you're not really trying to go through armor.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd
don't need
argue
to
it's just a
worry.
projectile.
Yeah, but you're not trying to go through armor with it, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. And it doesn't even do damage.
I mean,
Well, this
grant you
does
shield.
go through your armor.
I mean, I suppose I grant you a shield bonus. That would make sense.
Well,
but-
not only that,
If you have a
but this
shield.
snowball is so perfect, it goes between your armor, into your clothes, down your shirt,
Ugh.
fills basically your nose and stuff.
Yeah, I forget Sideline wasn't actually around for when Jortess just slept in a snowy tree for like all night for no reason.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, That wasn't a bad snowball.
Want me to draw you off? Sideline says.
I'm fine.
You're just gonna let him win like that? Ryan calls out.
No. Snowball back.
And he kind of looks up.
Sideline scorches it out of the air with a giant cone of flame.
Not if that's not a immediate action, you don't.
Yeah.
Yes, Rylan purposely does start a fight there just to get away from you two.
Oh, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on him.
Sideline came out here to offer toast. But no, someone doesn't like toast.
No, Rylan actually decently likes toast. The thing is, he's in a bad mood.
I don't know. Yeah, Sarah will try and guide Rylan to, like, I don't know, either a bench or somewhere where we can sit down.
Sure, you could do that.
Anyway, Jortess, the real reason I came out here is you need to get packed. We're leaving very, very soon.
I basically am packed.
Lovely.
We're just having a conversation between dodging snowballs.
Sideline picks up a piece of toast, stubs it in the mouth, makes another snowball, and hits at you with it.
So, yes, Sarah? What do you want to say?
I don't know. She's just try to strike up a conversation, see whatever or not works. She kind of just looked at him and say, yes. So I kind of just looked at him and say, so, I see you're not exactly comfortable with what's happening.
What's there to be comfortable about?
Exactly. I don't know. I don't.
Right now, thank you.
I don't feel comfortable just doing all this around you. It's like, I don't know.
No one apparently cared anyway.
I care, but unfortunately that doesn't seem to matter much within the grand scheme of things, especially to Licton. I don't know. People seem to realise that you've been hurt by this a lot, but I don't know, you kind of just seem like a void.
What am I really supposed to do? My father has died. My mother and sister have just left. The town nearly died, and half of them want to blame me. Everything I have has been ruined. And I was locked up in a cell and had a Rakshasa do as he wanted.
I'm sorry, Rylan. Nothing I can say will ever make this better, but...
He just bends a little bit.
Yeah... I don't know. You have other family, right?
No. I suppose I have, like, the Lord of Castle Black, but... I frowns a little bit.
Bad history there.
Just a bit.
And a bit of a dead end. I don't know. But just remember, this all mostly impacts you. Try and make sure that others do actually listen to you. As much as they do have their own personal stakes in it.
Shrugs a little bit. Does it even really matter that much anymore?
Yes. What's the point of doing anything if the little people don't get listened to? I don't mean that in size, I just mean in general.
I try to do the right thing. I try to make sure everything's getting done, and...
That's not up to you, though. You shouldn't be the sole person who has to get everything done.
No. It seems like I can't trust anyone else to do it anymore.
I can see why you think that. But I don't know.
You currently commanded me to go into a snowball war with this man.
Shut up, Sideline.
Why did you think that was a good idea?
But just
Fuck.
lean on,
Despite the complaints, Jortess is just laughing constantly.
but just remember you can lean on us once in a while. Maybe be
I'm
careful
here
you put your weight, though.
He kind of looks over to Jortess and kind of wrinkles his nose slightly. Looks
No.
at the robot and wrinkles his nose slightly at that.
No, yeah, the sentiment there is exactly the same. But I
Shut
don't
up,
know.
I'm programmed to
Hey,
listen to it.
you know you love me, really, Sarah.
Maybe sweet, sweet cold to death take you. Anyway,
But you're so warm.
Snowball.
I don't know. Try leaning on me once in a while. So far, I believe I'm the only
Noble.
person who hasn't kind of tripped you up.
You know, you listen to that for a second, and as much as he's trying to hide it, there is a very slight twitch of a smile at that.
I don't know. I just feel like in the grand scheme of things, we're in a very big cycle right here. Oh, it's my fault. Oh, let's go fix it. Oh no, bad thing. We need to find a way of breaking it. And if that happens to be, I don't know, forming a giant spider web where we all have to rely on each other, then so be it.
I just don't know if it's even. I tried saying what I want. I tried saying what I wanted someone to do. He seemed like kind of looking towards a certain window of the house, but then kind of looks away again.
Yeah, but that's
And-
Torruun.
Then I asked him one simple thing, and look what that left me.
I've known him for how long? Not very long, and
Yeah.
that's Torruun.
He's much like his chemicals. You don't really know what they're going to do. Volatile in nature, you accidentally mix two together, and there you go, Jortess is
Even-
pink.
You
Yeah.
know. Wait, I mean, you do know what you're doing with chemicals, so you add. He starts
But
going.
they
into
act,
more-
they act. They act.
I
Really
did
randomly when
train
exposed to
him in alchemy, by the way.
You
Yeah.
get what I,
Point that out. Your analogy doesn't work with him.
look, seriously, look, you get what I mean. I know next to nothing about chemicals. Magic is where it's at for me.
It's true, she knows nothing.
Here, I'll fix that analogy for you, Sarah. Chemicals react very differently in different situations. When exposing them to
Noble.
when exposing them to different things, they act violently in some situations, and so other times they act, blatantly inert, useless. We didn't know what we were going to expose during this reaction that's going on, and turns out Torruun's chemical backfired really, really, really badly. Luckily,
No, it just turns out he's completely inert, useless.
yes.
Ooh, burn.
Well, he has the occasional use. He's not a bad meat shield.
I don't know. You just have, for him, you probably just have to give him time. He's an odd blend of reckless and loyal.
Loyal, but completely inert at sometimes.
I don't know. I think we've kind of rode this alchemy analogy to his death, much like Jortess.
Hey, I'm not dead yet.
And I don't think you've rode him yet either, so.
More snowballs.
Yes, telekinetic volley. Ignore the fact that this is supposed to be like the strength of, like, I don't know, a heavy crossbow. I can tone it down a bit.
But it
You
doesn't
can
matter. It's
tone it
snowballs, right?
down.
The worst case, as long as you don't make any ice balls, you're fine.
I don't know, snow hurts.
Yeah,
If you get in the wrong place.
It hurts more if you crush it too much into like ice.
You also
Yes.
still have to hit us with it.
Oh, I can hit, if you want me to roll. I swear to God if I roll a 1. Okay, never mind.
That meets AC. You barely hit.
And yeah,
You
it's still enough.
knock Sideline's glasses off.
I want to say something right now, but I'm not there. So I'm just holding my tongue.
Kind of just sort of looks to Sarah, kind of gestures for you to like come down to his level.
I don't think I'm that tall. Scrolls up. Nope. So that's not much of a slump, but okay.
It's not much of a slump, but it's a little bit. And he's going to whisper somewhere he wants you to aim your next snowball at.
Oh dear.
I'll try. Attack roll.
Hey, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
that.
That'll be enough.
No, but I was hoping for 20.
But he wanted you. He got you to aim at a certain statue on the roof, which shakes slightly, and suddenly all the snow around it starts crashing down on top of those guys.
Reflex.
There is now, well, a lot of snow.
Jortess is only half buried.
Yes, Jortess is only half buried in snow.
Evasion!
looks up
I'm
and goes,
not buried.
This isn't damage, so there's no.
It's
Time for-
close enough.
Instead of being pinned, you're stuck.
I start using the snow that's
Entangled.
just fallen on me to throw at Sarah.
If you're entangled in, you're entangled essentially waist high. Sideline, want to make a reflex save?
Sure.
Or do you want to just choose to be buried in snow?
I want to check something.
Turn fire.
Okay.
Sideline, you fall over and are now buried in the snow.
Shit.
I'm rather glad that didn't happen to me, seeing as I have to breathe.
He has to breathe as well.
Yeah, but he's a
It's
robot.
snow. It's snow, though. Snow is not the most thick material in the world.
Sideline
Yeah,
starts
it
wiggling
depends
around
how
so
much
he
of
has
it's
space
on
for his
you.
hand.
Yeah.
It's true, but it's pretty porous overall. It's not that bad.
Sideline starts wiggling around so he has a space for his hand so he can do somatic gestures.
You need a quite large space dugout. You can build a small igloo down there.
Sideline's chest is very warm. He has a rack. He has a reactor and has toast. So.
I thought you were just going to stop.
I'm just imagining Sideline throwing frozen toast like shuriken now.
Oh, lovely.
Alright, can we get inside?
Yes, let's hurry. It vanishes again.
Start digging my way out.
Thank God. I mean,
You
eventually.
start seeing a red glow from inside the thing.
It's like,
I start digging faster.
like steam starts rising out of the top of the snow.
Hot, 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 hot.
There are suddenly there's just this huge explosion as the heat essentially just superstates the solid water into gas, skipping the middle stage. Which is a real thing that can happen, and it is rather explosive.
It is hilarious when it happens.
It's not deadly explosive, but it's amusing explosive.
Mhm.
Sideline sort
Lovely.
of laying on the ground. Jortess is sort of strewn out otherwise somewhere due to the explosion. He puts on his glasses and wipes them off a bit.
It's a great joy in the fact that water is one of the few things that gets, well, it's not as bad actually when water superstates, because water actually gets smaller as it gases.
Mhm.
But still. I suppose I will deconstruct the meeting table now.
Yeah.
Probably an alright idea.
I'm serious about the psycho roll.
So, is there more Sarah wants to talk to Ryan about?
I should just try and like.
There's a lot I want to say to Rylan, but don't think he'd listen to me right now.
Sarah shall be Ryland's servant protector for now.
Based on the burns he was firing at you.
You should really be glad Thorok's not there right now.
I mean, Thorok could be there if he wanted to be.
No, he's not. He's meditating.
Would he have a harsh reality to them?
No, he wants to. He wants to basically say to both of them that both of them were tortured, and that. Too bad he doesn't actually know what happened. Know much of what happened to Ryland because Torruun isn't saying anything.
Well, Torruun doesn't know the full story either.
Yeah.
There's only one character who actually has any idea of the details other than Rylan.
And he's number
Literally-
one on the hit list.
Because
Sure.
both of you are freaking overreacting about.
One NPC that's around, I should say, that knows about it.
Or, not overreacting, but.
We really aren't overreacting. These are perfectly reasonable reactions for people in these situations.
Yes, but you're misunderstanding each other. Both of you are thinking worse of each other than than actually happened.
And
that's
that
to be
is a thing that
expected.
actually happened,
No,
so
no.
it's
I know
perfectly
that.
reasonable.
No, Rylan thinks worse of Torruun than what is actually going on.
And you think worse of yourself because
And can we stop
Rylan
going
does.
round in circles like this?
Then you cycle.
Torruun is
Sarah-
a washing machine of self-loathing.
Has
And-
Sarah,
And I'm
Has
hoping
Sarah-
to pull the plug on that washing machine.
has
I'm
Sarah,
You're not
really
the one
getting
who is
fed
able
up
to
of
pull the
hearing
plug.
you two arguing the same things over and over.
has
If you,
Sarah
want
considered
that, if you
taking?
want that plug pulled, you're gonna have to convince Rylan to pull it.
Is Sarah? Has Sarah considered taking levels in Oracle?
Maybe. No, I want to do one charisma-based class.
Might as well multi-class into all of them, right?
No, I don't want to be like
Yeah.
a Mystic Fury Sorcerer
You could
Oracle.
be a Mystic Third. You could
Yeah.
Mystic Third.
A Mystic Purge Sorcerer Oracle is definitively one of the worst combinations.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it really
it's,
is.
it's very, very bad.
You end up being 3 levels behind all other casters.
Exactly.
But the problem with the cycle that we're currently in is it's very like self-fulfilling. It's like you get them at once and it's like, oh no, here's like 5 more cycles for you.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything more particularly you want to bring up to Ryan, or anything more you want to achieve from him, or read from him?
No, he's just
Try and coax out of him.
If somebody
No.
could convince him to actually talk to Torruun, that'd be nice.
I'm letting him work for us at his own pace. That's the only way he's going to work for us healthily.
Oh,
Then
you know how Thorok would do it. He would literally bear hug him and drag him over to you and sit you both in a room and lock the door.
Sarah's just going to
And
be
then you would
silent
hear
protector
screaming
for
as
now,
people were stabbed.
and to try and be like an emotional pillar for him to cling to.
you
Then I'll
will,
take the injured person out, heal them, and stick them back in.
you will hear him venting, a lot of venting.
Sarah will nod, agree with the points that we should probably agree with. Yes,
the vent-
Torruun is an idiot sometimes.
Yes, the venting ranging from Torruun is an absolute idiot who could not keep one tiny little secret away from his mother.
Poor Rylan.
Because
Other than the fact that... I wish you had been there as well, Sarah, because... then you could just be telling him. Torruun was
dunno.
literally mind-raped for it.
Yeah, but like, it was just kind of going in circles, and I don't know. I didn't feel like it was going to advance. And usually things only advance when I leave, as we
no,
have seen through
Well,
one day.
Well,
well,
I don't know,
right about
maybe-
that.
well,
Maybe you
here's
should
the-
have Rylan, like, I don't know, get Torruun's side of the story, because he hasn't been willing to listen to
Yeah,
that
but
yet.
Sarah doesn't know
Torruun
Torruun's
actually
side of the
has a
story.
lot of very good reasoning behind his action.
Also, one thing Sarah will definitely discover is, according to Ryland's story, he revealed something before the Rockshother got to him,
To who?
to his mother.
Oh,
Something which Ryland desperately pleaded that, don't tell her, don't tell her, don't tell her.
To be fair, he didn't give me a lot of context as to why I shouldn't.
And then the next thing he can tell you is, it was a few days later and he was not with the family.
mm.
Crap, this is making
So
Thorok
difficult to
just
spell
take another vow
Rakshasha.
of silence.
I mean, at least you're not a
It's
caster
not e-
class.
Well, if I was at least a normal monk, it would at least be beneficial. Too bad, I can't use key, so I can't gain the extra key from it.
Let's be entirely honest, the vow of silence is pretty boring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Be that as it may.
A vow of silence is pretty boring. But yeah, Ryland seems to blame Doran because, from his perspective, it's Ryland's fault that it happened to either of them. Or, I mean, it's Doran's fault that happened to either of them.
Yeah.
And if he never revealed it, Ryland thinks this never would have happened.
I'm going to still be completely honest. I'm still very lost here.
Dear crap.
I feel like I've got like the pieces of a puzzle, but I don't have any corners, so I don't actually know which fits where.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's what both of them have.
They have
Yes,
all the
well-
corners.
What Rylan has, and that's making Torruun say, what if my puzzle's wrong? What if my puzzle pieces don't fit?
Since Sarah's taking the approach of, well, we'll work it out eventually. Either that or we won't, and then we'll woe is us.
Yes, woe is us, because eventually, I feel like Torruun... Ugh. Ay vey.
Welcome to drama.
And
At least
this
we
is
get
why I
past it.
avoided in life as well.
Too bad it sucks you in.
I am a drama llama.
You don't
Yeah.
say.
Torruun is the drama catalyst of our group. You throw.
Apparently the call dropped again. 1 second. Let's find out what's going on.
Dark maybe died?
Dark
Yeah, I
probably.
think Dark's internet dropped for a moment.
Oh, lovely. Well, he's not even back in the call either, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Well,
go with
he's
that.
he's just logging back in, I think.
But yes.
Give him a moment.
So we've
Yeah.
kind of agreed to go after Elizabeth.
Yes,
Because-
Basically.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. That's probably
Agreed.
the best course because that buys us time at least if we even just get her back here.
Yes, out of character, it's probably the best choice because she is literally the missing piece.
Out of character, I can say somebody should probably convince Ryland to just listen to Torn for 5 minutes.
I know, but we can
And
do
next time I see him, or if Sarah will tell me, actually, Thorok doesn't have a reason to get him to listen at the moment. As far as he knows, Torn is just, well,
Torruun.
Or as expressed many times, he has a lot more information on this. That
yes. Yeah,
Yeah, but
which-
so far in that
which
effort,
you
we can
haven't
still
told
find-
us until now.
Also,
yeah,
never.
and I'm sure you can see why.
No. I can see why he might think too, but Thorok doesn't. Thorok thinks that you're just being stupid for withholding it. It's unpleasant, yes, but you know what happened with him.
Mm-hmm.
But on to other serious concerns. If we're going west, are we taking Rylan with us? Is that the best
I'm on it.
idea?
I'm not.
I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking, if we keep him here, he's kind of left without emotional support. If we take him with us, he's in a very unstable
Well,
environment.
he'll have Renan. Which
Yes, he'll
There's
have
also the fact
Brennan.
that if we tell him that we're going after his mother and his sister, he's going to insist that he comes with us because he wants to get to them as well.
Well,
Not
then
I
I
probably
necessarily.
asked them why they left.
I won't
Which
stop.
then
if
we're
he
gonna have
wants
to
come
Thorok will.
with. Why?
Because no matter how tough the kid is, there are a few reasons. One, we're going to be traveling underground for a very long time, and we have no idea if we're going to have enough food to make it.
I have
Considering-
a lot of toast.
That's not going to sustain us all for that long. The town is. We just used up a ton of food saving the town. Other things.
The
So
town is
it
now
would-
out of toast.
Well, this is. Well, Yulana can apparently cast Speak with Dead, so that means she's strong enough to cast Create Food and Water. So we're at least fine here. So we could
Is she?
probably afford to take a little bit of food.
I thought Speak with Dead was a first level spell.
Third, it's third. How would it be first?
Oh, is
Jesus.
it really?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Speak
Dear
with
crap.
Dead is a very strong spell.
I didn't know it was that strong. Okay, well, I guess that's true. She can actually create food and water there. But she's not coming with us because she has to stay with them.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Logan's body.
Funny enough, actually, she couldn't use it before you guys before last
Did she
session.
just level up?
Yes.
Perfect.
Alternatively,
She's-
there's other stuff she
I
could
may
do
have
to get
been
food.
slightly involved with that.
Oh, well done. At least.
Let's see. Let me think about my cleric powers. I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure we'll find a way to get food.
Maybe instead of all of this, we can spend those 3 months power leveling presets.
No,
Yes, that's the solution.
no, because
Yeah,
Dark isn't going to
how
let
far
us
away is
power
that? It's
level.
gonna go into a forest and kill boars over and over again.
If we powered level for 3 months, Dark would just say, "No, the apocalypse happens, and now you're all too weak to stop it. Congratulations."
We have at least
I
9
mean-
months to
I mean, if you
apocalypse.
want, you guys can try and go on like some big epic quest to learn hope skills.
Let's
No.
go
Yeah.
besiege Castle Greyrock or whatever it is.
Castle Greyrock.
Castle Black.
No,
Castle Black.
black. It's,
Oh yeah.
Two different roads.
Yeah.
When worlds collide.
Yes.
no.
This is Marvel Secret Wars.
No,
Apparently.
that is the worst thing to have happen to us. We don't need also insanity causing outsiders as well as
Oh, I bet we can go find Russell.
things from the shadows and
Let's go find Russell. I
Rakshasas.
bet he's in this universe.
Oh God, another world colliding.
If we wanted to, we could. You know, if we wanted to, we could probably just cross the ocean and go to a massive city. A massive city called Magna Nova.
We're talking more ocean crossing than going from like, Europe to America.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's gonna take a while, but let's not.
Yeah, let's not.
But Magna Nova is full of nice things and bad things.
Yes, so is everywhere else, as we have evidently seen.
Let's just
And
go back to
possibly an
Killing
entire
If-
underground that's full of vampires and undead.
If we did that, Torruun would honestly just leave the group and just be like, "No, I'm staying here. You go do whatever you want. I'm staying here."
Well, in that city, that's
Well-
very easy to do.
No, I mean he would stay on this continent.
Oh.
You've never eaten a crew across the world.
No, it's a shame when they're like excavating the ruins
However,
and
if
everything.
timelines lined up, which I have no idea if they do, I am not double checking this, but
They do not.
you could get an Arcanist.
They do not line up.
We don't even know if Regan and Ramses timelines line up.
I haven't even declared theirs line up, so I haven't found out.
Yeah, so who knows? You may be alive like 50 years before the aspiring cat burglar rogue.
Or vice versa.
Yeah. Or you could have been literally born the same day that I was.
Which,
Or
if
maybe,
you-
just maybe, we're both in like a divergent timeline that is inadvertently affecting each other, and we are both
Oh.
simultaneous and not.
I'm going to find your summon sign somewhere, aren't I?
Maybe.
Oh my God. Okay, now we're reaching
Time
way
is
too many roads.
convoluted in Magna Nova. Heroes of old phasing in and out.
I
No.
just suddenly find a gold sign of a guy praising the sun.
If we do get enough
Great
money,
son.
I can make a spoon of sustenance or sustaining spoon.
Oh yeah,
Ring of Sustenance,
No.
eh?
No,
which
spoon.
means by third level, Ramza will have lightning spear. I just want to point that out.
Oh no. Friggin' lightning spear.
I'll remind you, you're still first level.
There's that too.
I know I'm still first level.
Remind me if I'm ever like making
I'm
a
hoping to
settlement
ding
never to make it
after
in
I
the north.
finish my side quest nonsense.
So we're leaving west, packing. Right.
So, well, don't we want to prepare first?
Well,
Well,
don't you
as
have
much
to
as we can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ring of Sustenance or something you were making?
No, I don't have forge ring. But I was saying if we eventually get enough money, I can make a sustaining spoon.
Oh,
So who knows?
sustaining
Maybe
spoon.
maybe we'll get lucky and run into stuff down there.
Man, I
I've
miss
never
my
heard of this.
halfling cleric that I had, who had a little bowl of bread that would suddenly have a new loaf of bread in it every day.
I think we're at the stage where a loaf of bread wouldn't sustain all like six of
But he
us.
was, well, yeah, no, but he was a halfling. He could have that.
Really? It's.
He gets the scurvy eventually.
Yeah.
Do we really have to make that spoon?
I know.
I really don't want to eat warm, wet cardboard.
I've had worse actually.
Yeah, same here.
I mean, I have.
I mean, you can just keep eating your Dwarven Trail rations.
Well, that's the thing. We need our hero.
You could drag the body along.
No, that's even worse. As much as I could just carry his body without problems if I had the muleback cords. I'm not going to.
Just put it in a covered wagon and just drive it around. And...
We're not going to go adventuring followed by a hearse. However you pronounce it. Whatever it
What,
is.
man? Hey, if any of you fall, Priestess could keep both of you alive. Well, both of you pretty resurrect.
She's gonna run out of second level slots sooner or later, though.
Not really. Not how magic works.
She will. If enough of us die, she won't be able to.
If enough of you die, the adventure ends.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way,
As long as Thorok is alive, he can still drag the cart with all of you in it.
the adventure still ends eventually, though, without enough of you.
Yeah.
I will find someone to bring them back.
No, because you'll get killed in the combat.
Good luck with that.
Thorok
I am the
is
strongest
eternal.
dwarf.
Thorok's strongest.
If it's a combat meant for 5, you're not winning.
You don't know about that. I could escape.
No, you're not that
Then
lucky.
you're
Depending on
not-
what level I hit.
You're not escaping with the hearth.
But then
Yeah, no.
he will heal
I
the
might.
XP for 5 people. He'll level like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Big
I
V, no
will-
offense. But
I will
your luck
superpower
is-
level.
Your luck is abysmal recently.
Recently, yes. But
Your
by
luck-
the time all of you die, I will be like level 5. And I'll be immune to fatigue, so I can literally just walk forever. Almost.
Okay. I'm sure all the things
Dark.
which, move faster than a walk.
Since
will
you're not
be great.
hosting this call anymore, can I steal you?
That depends if anyone else has got anything they want to talk to any of the NPCs about.
I'm good for now.
One of these NPCs, though I will need to talk to you later
Considering-
about
Considering
Valerian.
we've just been talking crap for at least the last 20 minutes, I don't think they do.
No.
Yeah, I think.
That's
I mean,
true.
it could be like, oh yeah, I need to ask Siesta, like, how did you do?
I also think the session is also unofficially ended at this point.
It feels like it. As
Yeah, I think it was ages ago.
a group, you can still, of course, be able to like talk in the chat and like if you decide like, but wait, if we do this, we could do this instead, or something, you know.
Yeah,
Like
we'll
convincing
discuss
Sideline
it throughout
not
the
to.
week.
Yeah, you can kind of discuss with each other if you have any changes of heart or changes of plan or anything, or any new light.
Stupid question, but ding.
No.
No, we literally just dinged
I
last
know.
session.
I want more dings.
No.
Sideline
I want
receives
fifth level.
one Sideline receives 1 negative ding.
Congratulations.